Chapter 40, 284. From the world-cleansing divine water's point of view, she and the other 5 divine elements had no choice but to help Duan Lingtian, even if there was not much of a chance. Even if there was only a slim chance, they had to help him. Duan Lingtian was their chosen host. Throughout their journey, Duan Lingtian had not let them down. In just a few hundred years, he had brought them close to their highest form. Coupled with Duan Lingtian's current achievements, they even felt that Duan Lingtian would be able to become a supreme powerhouse within 10,000 years. In fact, he might even be able to turn them into independent life forms. They no longer needed to look for a host to attach themselves to. Because of this, whether it was her or the other 4 divine elements, they did not have the option of being unlucky. However, the world-cleansing divine water was about to awaken the other 4 divine elements when it was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. "Sister Water, there's no need for that." The reason he interrupted the world-cleansing divine water was not because Duan Lingtian had the ability to escape. Instead, it was because someone else had arrived. This person had attacked his opponents as soon as he arrived and had taken some of the pressure off him. The newcomer was also a lower ultimate god. Although he was only a lower ultimate god, his combat strength was extremely strong. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he saw the newcomer. Why was it him? At that moment, the person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than the opponent he had met in the Solo Secret Realm in exchange for his battle merits. He was Ning Yishuan, the young genius of the Ning clan from the Land of Sanctions. Initially, Jian Wushuang did not know much about Ning Yishuan. However, when he went to several military camps, he heard many people talking about Ning Yishuan. It was only then that he realized how outstanding Ning Yishuan was. It turned out that he was only a few thousand years old. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to join forces with Ning Yishuan, one of the 17 medium ultimate gods' faces changed when he saw Ning Yishuan's face. "Stop! This is young Master Ning Yishuan from the Ning family of the Land of Sanctions." This medium-level ultimate god was one of the 4 strongest among the 17 medium-level ultimate gods. He was a high-ranking official of one of the ultimate god-level factions in the Sanction Lands. Who was the faction behind him? Was it related to the Ning family in countless ways? Many generations had arranged marriages, and even the current generation had arranged marriages between direct descendants. So, he knew Ning Yishuan, the Land of Sanctions, the Ning clan, Ning Yishuan. The expressions of the other medium-level ultimate gods changed as soon as the middle-aged man spoke. Ning Yishuan, they naturally knew each other. He was the strongest person in the younger generation of the Ning family in the Land of Sanctions. In fact, there was no one more outstanding than him among the younger generation in the Land of Sanctions, or even the younger generation in the various divine planes. He was once publicly acknowledged as the number 1 person of the younger generation. It was also because of this that they had all heard that this Ning Yishuan was highly valued by that supreme expert of the Ning family, and his status was extremely high in the eyes of that supreme expert. This person, he wasn't someone they could afford to provoke. In the blink of an eye, everyone stopped. Then they all looked at the middle-aged man behind them at the same time. It was Hong Zhangyi, who claimed to be the supreme expert's grandson. Both of them had supreme experts as their backers. They couldn't afford to provoke them. Now, they regretted helping Hong Zhangyi. If they had known that Ning Yishuan was behind the target, they wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Ning Yishuan. At this moment, Hong Zhangyi also recognized Ning Yishuan. He had seen Ning Yishuan once in the past and was envious of this genius Ning Yishuan, although he wasn't the grandson of that supreme expert of the Ning family. According to his grandfather, that supreme expert of the Ning family regarded Ning Yishuan as more important than his own grandson, Hong Zhangyi. Ning Yishuan obviously knew Hong Zhangyi as well. He said calmly, "You got someone to kill him because you're worried that he'll occupy one of the spots on the upgraded lower ultimate god ranking list in the chaos region. I'll definitely enter the realm of a medium-level ultimate god before that. By then, one of the top 10 spots on the lower ultimate god ranking list will be empty. Give me some face and leave with your people. How about it? Ning Yixuan opened his mouth. Although his tone was calm, it was not aggressive. No matter what, the person in front of him was the grandson of a supreme expert. He was used to being arrogant. In order to not cause any trouble, Ning Yixuan did not pressure him with his power. It was a completely negotiable tone. Hong Zhangyi's ugly expression eased a lot at this moment. At the same time, he nodded. Since you, Ning Yixuan, want to protect him, I'll naturally give you face. Let's leave it at that. After that, Hong Zhangyi glanced at Duan Lingtian again with some unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. He was so close to killing him. He did not expect Ning Yixuan to appear halfway. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Zhangyi left with the dozen or so medium-level ultimate gods. The dozen or so medium-level ultimate gods also transmitted their apologies to Ning Yixuan and Duan Lingtian at this time, saying that they had eyes but failed to recognize such a great person. More than half of them said that they had been coerced by Hong Zhangyi. In this regard, Duan Lingtian only listened to them with one ear and out with the other. However, he would remember Hong Zhangyi. I thought that someone who was more outstanding than I, Ning Yixuan, was a smart person. I didn't expect you to be so stupid to put yourself in such a dangerous situation. Ning Yixuan looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled coldly after Hong Zhangyi and the others had completely disappeared from sight. Duan Lingtian did not get angry, although he heard the disdain in Ning Yixuan's tone. He looked at Ning Yixuan solemnly and said, I owe you my life. Humph. Ning Yixuan snorted coldly. I saved you because I wanted to get back the 2 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts that Ancestor gave you back then. It should be worth it to exchange your life for those 2 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts, right? Of course. Not to mention 2 embryos of supreme artifacts. Even if there were hundreds or thousands of embryos of supreme artifacts, Duan Lingtian did not think that they were more important than his life. If he lost his life, he would lose everything. If he kept his life and became a supreme expert in the future, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to obtain as many embryos of supreme artifacts as he wanted. However, Duan Lingtian was a little embarrassed when he thought of those embryos of supreme artifacts that he had integrated into the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Those 2 embryos of supreme artifacts have already been integrated into the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. However, I will find 2 more for you. No, I will collect 3 embryos of supreme artifacts and return them to you. The extra one will be considered as interest. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. Integrated? Ning Yixuan frowned slightly, but his brows relaxed after a while. There's no need for 3 embryos. Just return me 2. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Yixuan's divine power pulsated. It was obvious that he was preparing to leave. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best not to appear in this area for the time being. Hong Zhangyi is not the only one who thinks that you're in his way. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that some of the descendants of supreme experts have gone out to look for high-level ultimate gods to deal with you. You're on your own now. After Ning Yixuan finished speaking, he left in a flash. He came and went like the wind. Only Duan Lingtian remained standing on the spot, and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Of course, he also knew that he had been too careless this time. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had been stupid. The journey was smooth sailing, so his vigilance was greatly reduced. Little Tian, are you all right? The world-cleansing divine waters voice rang from Duan Lingtian's little world. The divine tree of life seems to have consumed a lot of energy. Have you resolved the problem you encountered? Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine waters words, Duan Lingtian snapped out of his daze and said, Sister Water, I'm fine now. Both of you can continue to recover. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he closed the little world in his little world. Before he closed the little world, it was not difficult to see that the divine tree of life that was originally full of vitality had dimmed. It was obvious that the attack this time had consumed a lot of energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian did not continue to stay in the same place. He teleported a few times and left the area. He did not continue to move in the direction he had been heading. He changed direction and walked for a while before he changed direction again. Naturally, it was the opposite direction from where he had been heading in the beginning. Today, when he encountered the descendant of the Supreme Expert and his people, he realized he had been too careless. Even without Ning Yishuan's reminder, he would not have continued to stay in the area after he had escaped. Ning Yishuan, this time, Duan Lingtian knew very well that if it were not for Ning Yishuan, even if the 5 divine elements had helped him, his chances of escaping would have been slim. For this reason, he would remember Ning Yishuan's kindness in his heart. Since Ning Yishuan had said there were 3 embryos of the supreme divine weapons, he would return 3 embryos to Ning Yishuan. Apart from the 3 embryos of the supreme divine weapons, if there was a chance, he would continue to return Ning Yishuan's favor. After all, a life-saving grace was more important than anything else. Until now, Duan Lingtian was still drenched in cold sweat when he thought about how he had been on the brink of death earlier. If he had died, what would happen to his wife, Kerr? What would happen to his children? What would happen to his parents and his wife, Li Fei? Fortunately, the supreme expert from the Ning clan saved Ning Yishuan. Otherwise, Ning Yishuan would have died in my hands. If he had died in my hands, no one would be able to save me today. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He felt that fate was fickle. Originally, there were some things that he was unwilling to accept, but now he felt that he was lucky. Before today, he did not even dare to think that he would overturn his previous thoughts. I must always remember this encounter in my heart to remind myself, no matter what, I must not be careless. I must think of all possibilities. Duan Lingtian secretly warned himself that he would never make the same mistake a second time. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, several groups of people entered the area where Duan Lingtian had gone. Without exception, these people were the descendants of supreme experts and the people they had brought with them. Among them, there were many high-level ultimate gods. Where is he? Did he run away? Why can't I find him? Didn't they say that he was in this area? With his speed, he can't have reached the front so quickly, right? Let's go ahead and look for him. Although Duan Lingtian could only occupy a place on the lower-level Ultimate Gods list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone 60 years later, the group of descendants of supreme experts thought much more. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it was possible for him to reach the top of the lower-level Ultimate Gods list. Among them, a few descendants of supreme experts even knew that Ning Yishuan had been defeated by the purple-clothed young man. Some people even knew the purple-clothed young man's identity. Land of Xiangang Myriad Arts Academy, Duan Lingtian. Chapter 42, 85. In the past, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Ning Yishuan in the Secret Realm was supposed to be a very private matter. However, as the Ning clan's utmost powerhouse broke the rules of the planar battlefield and hastily intervened to save Ning Yishuan, he was punished in the Utmost Powerhouse Conference. At the same time, many Utmost Powerhouses who were curious about the ins and outs of this matter also found out about it. Some of the Supreme Powerhouses also told their descendants about this matter. The descendants of the strongest experts were also very curious about the lower-level Ultimate God who almost killed Ning Yishuan, especially when the other party was just a lower-level Ultimate God who had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. After a large-scale investigation that encompassed all the planes of gods, they quickly locked onto a single person. The mysterious Handeland, the Myriad Arts Academy, Duan Lingtian. Among the strongest lower-level ultimate gods in the current generation of the planes of gods, Duan Lingtian was the only one who had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. Of course, the Duan Lingtian that appeared in the Myriad Arts Academy in the end was a higher-level God Emperor who had consolidated his cultivation base. However, Duan Lingtian's rapid advancement from a higher-level God Emperor to a higher-level God Emperor left them with no doubt that Duan Lingtian would be able to make another breakthrough in a short time in the planar battlefield. After making a breakthrough, he would naturally be a lower-level ultimate god who had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. Moreover, according to their strongest experts, fathers, grandfathers, and even ancestors, the young man who had almost killed Ning Yixuan was also wearing a purple robe at that time. The Duan Lingtian of the Myriad Arts Academy in the mysterious Handle Land was usually wearing a purple robe. This way, everything matched up. In addition, a lower-level ultimate god wearing a purple robe who was strong enough to kill most medium-level ultimate gods and had yet to consolidate his cultivation base appeared in the Chaos region where the three-planar battlefield intersected. It was not difficult for them to guess that the other party was Duan Lingtian. As for why Duan Lingtian was not in the Chaos region where the profound Zen battlefield and the other two-realm battlefields converged, they were puzzled as well. However, they did not deny the fact that Duan Lingtian was in the Chaos region. Although Duan Lingtian is very talented, he has yet to consolidate his cultivation base. The path of ultimate God Realm cultivation is 1,000 times harder than the Emperor God Realm. It's impossible for him to consolidate his cultivation base before the upgraded Chaos region opens, let alone enter the medium-level ultimate God Realm. Therefore, he is a great threat to us lower-level ultimate gods. With his strength, the first place on the lower-level ultimate god list will be within his reach after the upgraded Chaos region opens. He has no background. We don't have to worry about getting into trouble if we kill him. Although there were shadows of supreme experts behind the Myriad Arts Academy, they were not supreme experts of the Myriad Arts Academy. It was almost impossible for them to take revenge on the descendants of supreme experts just because of a disciple of the Myriad Arts Academy. Moreover, a dead genius was even less worthy for those experts to make a move. Even supreme experts would weigh the pros and cons after the fact. Killing Duan Lingtian is equivalent to having one less competitor on the lower-level ultimate god list in the upgraded Chaos region. If I'm only at the 11th place now, I'll be able to enter the top 10 after his death. Kill him. We must kill him. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian did not have any connections or background, the group of descendants of the supreme powerhouses had no qualms about killing him. Even Duan Lingtian did not know that after he left, so many descendants of the supreme powerhouses were conducting a thorough search in that area. Among them, more than half of the descendants of supreme experts had brought their upper-level ultimate gods with them. In the following days, many descendants of supreme experts would meet each other face-to-face in that area. The first thing they said when they met was, "Did you find that guy?" However, Duan Lingtian had left first, causing them to miss their target. Not long after, some descendants of supreme experts found out that Hong Zhangyi, who is also a descendant of supreme experts, had once led more than 10 middle-level ultimate gods to find and kill the target. At the same time, they also found out that Ning Yixuan had appeared in time to save Duan Lingtian. I was wondering why we couldn't find that guy. It turns out that someone had acted rashly and alerted the enemy. Hong Zhangyi is too useless. He brought more than 10 middle-level ultimate gods, but he still couldn't kill Duan Lingtian before Ning Yixuan showed up. Why would Ning Yixuan help Duan Lingtian? Didn't Duan Lingtian almost kill him? Could it be that this purple-clothed youth is not the same person as Duan Lingtian? Or the person Ning Yixuan met earlier wasn't Duan Lingtian? If it's really that person, why did Ning Yixuan save him? That's the person who almost killed him. Moreover, he even harmed the Ning family's ancestor because of this. The group of descendants of supreme experts whispered to each other, unable to understand why Ning Yixuan would save that purple-clothed youth. There were also many people who felt that Hong Zhangyi was not efficient enough. If he had killed that purple-clothed youth earlier, even if Ning Yixuan appeared later, he would be powerless. However, no one felt that Hong Zhangyi giving Ning Yixuan face was anything. Because if it were any of them, if Ning Yixuan appeared before the other party died, they would not be able to kill him. Because they were not willing to offend Ning Yixuan. They were even happy to do Ning Yixuan a favor. Ning Yixuan was not an ordinary descendant of a supreme expert. He was a descendant of a supreme expert who had the potential to become the second supreme expert of the Ning family. This kind of supreme expert's descendant was also the most valued by the later supreme experts. As descendants of supreme experts, they knew this very well. Duan Lingtian fled tens of thousands of miles away. Next, he no longer walked forward in a straight line. Instead, he wandered to the south, then to the north, then to the east, and then to the west. His whereabouts were erratic. Even if someone found him and spread the news, it would be too late by the time the descendants of supreme experts came with reinforcements. Having learned his lesson once, Duan Lingtian naturally would not put himself in danger again. He wandered here and there without any pattern, so he did not worry about being blocked. In addition, Duan Lingtian would not stay in the same place for too long. Later, although there were descendants of supreme experts who came with reinforcements, they still came up empty-handed. What Duan Lingtian did not expect was, as time passed, some descendants of supreme experts began to speculate about his identity and origin to others. Gradually, more and more people knew his identity. Have you heard? That low-level supreme god who could kill a medium-level supreme god when he just entered the supreme god realm is from the Myriad Arts Academy in the Shangang land. His name is Duan Lingtian. Now, he's not even 1,000 years old. It's been confirmed. In the past, this Duan Lingtian almost killed Ning Yixuan from the Ning clan in the single-person secret realm. Oh my god! This Duan Lingtian is really not even 1,000 years old? You have to know that Ning Yixuan is already a peerless genius. Not to mention him, there's no one among the younger generation in the various planes of gods who can catch up to his current achievements at his age. If all of this is true, doesn't this Duan Lingtian deserve to be called the #1 genius among the younger generation in the various planes of gods? I still don't quite believe it. A young man who's not even 1,000 years old can have such achievements? That's too exaggerated. Even if he's a descendant of a supreme expert, no matter how much they dote on him, it's impossible for him to have such achievements at his age. As the name Duan Lingtian spread, more and more people knew about his existence. At the same time, there were also people who deliberately went to the Myriad Arts Academy in the Shangang land to inquire about Duan Lingtian. It would have been better if they did not inquire about it. After some investigation, they found it hard to believe. The speed of Duan Lingtian's rise was far more exaggerated than they had imagined. At the same time, they confirmed that Duan Lingtian did not have any powerful background behind him, nor did he have any supreme experts who stood behind him to support him and help him. He had to rely on himself for everything. It was also because of this that they were even more shocked. As a result, when they returned to the Chaos region, where the battlefield of the divine judgment and the other two planes of existence intersected and brought back the news, it caused an even bigger commotion. Someone personally went to confirm. Duan Lingtian is indeed not even 1,000 years old. How terrifying! Do you think there's such a monster in the past? Maybe there has been. Who knows? After all, this world has a long history, and many things have been buried in the long river of history. What we can be sure of is that if such a monster appeared in history, as long as he didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a heaven-defying character in the future. At the same time, he would have a higher chance of becoming a supreme expert than others. This Duan Lingtian does not have any status or background, and he must have had many fortuitous encounters to reach where he is today from the lower planes. It won't be that easy to kill him. Last time, so many descendants of supreme experts wanted to kill him, but no one succeeded, right? I feel that since there's no news about Duan Lingtian recently, he might have been killed by some supreme powerhouse's descendant. However, they were afraid of offending Ningxuan, so they didn't spread the news. That's also possible. Recently, Duan Lingtian had found a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion. He did not expect his reputation to grow in the chaos realm where the gods' judgment battlefield intersected with the other two planes battlefields. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in seclusion, in another part of the chaos realm, a sloppy middle-aged man had just walked out of a secret realm. When he arrived at the military camp where the people from the six planes were gathered, he was stunned when he heard the news about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. He's from the lower planes. He has mastered the sword Tao and the Tao of control of the four Tao of heaven and earth. He's from the Myriad Laws Palace in the Mystic Handle Land. He's not even 1,000 years old. Also, the divine artifact he usually uses is a divine sword with 7-colored light revolving around it. Xia Jia was completely dumbfounded when he heard the news. The name matched up. The divine artifact he used matched up as well. Wasn't it the 7 orifices exquisite sword that he had given away? Could he have been killed by someone named Duan Lingtian and taken the 7 orifices exquisite sword? Xia Jia muttered to himself, if Duan Lingtian was really his nephew's son-in-law, how heaven-defying would his achievements be? Chapter 40-86. In Xia Jia's opinion, he had only met his niece's son-in-law not too long ago. 800 years was a very short time for him. In fact, if he were to enter seclusion for 800 years, he would be in seclusion for 800 years. How could a person from the mundane realm become a lower ultimate god in 800 years? Is that even possible? Although Xia Jia hoped Duan Lingtian was his niece's husband, he felt it was unrealistic. In fact, he felt it was impossible. But what was going on with all the things he had heard? Did these people conspire to deceive him? However, did they know him? They were from 6 realms of gods. Moreover, all of them had said the same thing. It did not seem like he was worthy of their cooperation. What's going on? Xia Jia was still in a daze. After a while, Xia Jia finally calmed down. At the same time, he was certain of a few things. First, it was impossible for the people around him to deceive him. Second, it was impossible for someone with the same name as Duan Lingtian to kill his niece's son-in-law and impersonate him. Third, his niece's son-in-law was a sword user as well. Moreover, he was quite skilled in the sword as well. For this reason, he had given the 7 orifices exquisite sword to him. Fourth, if he wanted to know if Duan Lingtian was his niece's son-in-law, all he had to do was look for him. After calming down, Xia Jia no longer thought about it. I'll go look for him and see if he's my niece's son-in-law. As long as I see him, I'll be able to confirm if he's my niece's son-in-law or not. Although Xia Jia was not completely sure if Duan Lingtian was his niece's son-in-law. However, in his opinion, this was too much of a coincidence. It was very likely that Duan Lingtian was his niece's son-in-law, even if he did not think it was possible for Duan Lingtian to achieve so much in just 800 years. While Xia Jia was learning about Duan Lingtian, another person who knew Duan Lingtian had also heard about Duan Lingtian in the Chaos region, where the gods' adjudication battlefield and the other 2 battlefields intersected. It can't be him, but isn't all of this too much of a coincidence? When Linghu Rinfeng heard that there was a monster called Duan Lingtian in the Chaos territory that she was in, her first reaction was that this was a monster with the same name as her son-in-law. She even thought that it would be great if her son-in-law was also so monstrous. In that case, it would definitely be a good thing for her poor daughter. Only men were strong enough. Only then could he better protect his woman. Of this she firmly believed. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that her man wasn't strong enough to recognize her existence, he wouldn't have been able to protect her life. She wouldn't have to wander around with her other daughter, although she had always felt that he was a heartless man. But in fact, It was more of a way to comfort herself so that she wouldn't have no one to vent her feelings on. This Duan Lingtian? It was someone from the profound Handaland. Him. It's also in the profound Handaland. With the same name, they're all from the profound Handaland, and they're all from the lower plains? They are all less than 1,000 years old. Is it really him? Linghu Rinfeng was still in disbelief. She even asked her daughter at one point, "Trine, what do you think? Could it be him?" "Mother," Linghu Trine said, "don't forget? Back then, brother-in-law's achievements in the profound Handaland. It also surprised you, and you even personally went to find him and left him some things. At that time, brother-in-law was already not an ordinary person. Can an ordinary person enter the profound Handaland and become a god in a short few hundred years?" When Linghu Qian's words fell into Linghu Renfeng's ears, it also made her wake up from her dream. That's right. Back then, if she hadn't seen Duan Lingtian in the profound Handaland with her own eyes, how would she dare to believe that he was the husband that her daughter had found in the lower plains in this life? Even if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, if it had been someone else who told her, she also wouldn't dare to believe that he could kill his way from the mundane world to the profound Handaland in a short few hundred years. Then it should be him. His talent and comprehension ability really can't be measured by normal logic. Linghu Rinfeng nodded and sighed. It's just that I didn't expect him to have entered the realm of lesser god. Regardless of strength, just based on cultivation alone, he's already ahead of me. As for strength, Linghu Rinfeng admitted that she was far inferior. After all, the other party could even kill lesser gods. Moreover, there were many lesser gods who had died in his hands. Clearly, the one he killed might not be the weakest lesser gods. "Mother, brother-in-law must have come here for elder sister," Linghu Chuin said. Linghu Chuin said. She felt that this was not difficult to guess. If Linghu Chaui could think of this, what more Linghu Rinfeng? Now that he's here, I can be more at ease. This chaos region is too chaotic. Linghu Rinfeng glanced at Linghu Chuin and sighed. Mother has let you down. I'm the one who's looking for my daughter, and I even brought you here to take risks. Since that brother-in-law of yours has come in, and he's so powerful, and his reputation has spread far and wide, as long as that girl Xue, is still alive, as long as she's still in the God's Inquisition battlefield, she'll definitely hear about him and go find him. We definitely won't be as efficient as him in finding Xue. Let's go out. Now, there's not much use in continuing to stay here. Along the way, she had brought her daughter Linghu Chuin to search for her other daughter, Xianing Xue. During this time, they had encountered many dangers. Although they had averted danger several times, every time she thought of it, she would still be frightened and break out in cold sweat. It didn't matter if she died. She was more concerned about her daughter's safety. Originally, she felt that it was unfair to put her other daughter in danger in order to find her other daughter. However, she had no choice. She couldn't watch her daughter die. Now, she knew that her daughter's husband had come, and he was even more powerful than her. Now, in the Chaos region where the God's Inquisition battlefield and the other two battlefields intersected, the probability of finding her daughter was much higher. Under such circumstances, there was not much use in her staying. "Mother, why don't we go look for brother-in-law?" Linghu Chuin said. "We can meet up with brother-in-law and then go look for big sister together." "Look for him for what?" Linghu Rinfeng shook her head. "To drag him down. Let's go." Linghu Rinfeng did not say anything more to her daughter. Instead, she brought her to the teleportation formation in the military camp and teleported to the military camp of the God's Inquisition battlefield outside the Chaos region. The teleportation formation in the military camp of the Chaos region was unable to teleport people out of the dimensional battlefield. One could only teleport to a military camp of a certain dimensional battlefield and then leave through the teleportation formation in the military camp. Duan Lingtian was currently in closed-door training. He did not know that many of his acquaintances had already found out about him in the Chaos region. His mother-in-law and sister-in-law had cleverly left the Chaos region and the dimensional battlefield. Xia Jie, the third uncle of his wife Ker's previous life, was also looking for him. However, as Duan Lingtian had found a secluded place to train in closed-door training, he had not shown himself recently. Although Xia Jie had looked for Duan Lingtian in several places where Duan Lingtian had last appeared, he had not been able to find Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, he could only choose to give up. That's not right. Suddenly, Xia Jie remembered something. Since that kid has come to the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition, it means that he can go to the world of divine remains at any time. And he doesn't know that Shui is not in the world of divine remains. Xia Jie remembered clearly that his niece, Xianing Shui, had entered the dimensional battlefield back then. Duan Lingtian's parents and family did not know about it. Therefore, even if Duan Lingtian had reunited with his family later on, it was impossible for him to know that his niece had entered the dimensional battlefield. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian would definitely go to the Xia family in the world of divine remains first. Leave the Chaos realm, leave the dimensional battlefield, and return to the Xia family. Xia Jie quickly made up his mind. However, Xia Jie would never have thought that Duan Lingtian had long known that Ker had entered the dimensional battlefield. However, he had not heard it from his parents, family, or friends. Instead, he had heard it from Linghu Renjie in the mystic Handaland. Linghu Renjie was the elder brother of his mother-in-law. Linghu Renjie had also heard about this from his mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng. However, although Duan Lingtian had known about this for a long time, after arriving at the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition, he had indeed gone to the world of divine remains and the Xia family. Of course, his purpose was to find out if Ker had returned to the Xia family. At the same time, he also wanted to make a trip to the Yun family. After leaving the Chaos realm and returning to the military camp in the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition, Xia Jie immediately teleported back to the world of divine remains. After that, he headed north and returned to the Xia family. After returning to the Xia family, Xia Jie learned from the people around him that someone had looked for his niece, Xianing Shui. At that time, that person had looked for the son of the person beside him. He said that his name is Duan Lingtian. Is he Shui's husband? It's really him. It's finally confirmed. Good lad. Amazing. How long has it been? In just 800 years, he has actually come this far from the mundane realm. After confirming that Duan Lingtian, who had caused a stir in the Chaos realm, was his niece's husband, Xia Jie's face lit up with joy. At the same time, he looked as if this was how it should be. How can the person that my niece has taken a fancy to be a mediocre person? Shui really has good taste. After saying that, Xia Jie looked at the person beside him and asked, "Has Miss Shui returned recently?" However, the person beside him seemed to have something to say at this moment. "Speak." Xia Jie's expression changed slightly. "Did something happen to Miss Shui?" Ah. He knew the person beside him very well. Judging by the expression on his face, he knew that something bad must have happened. Moreover, it was most likely related to his niece. Third Master. The middle-aged man beside Xia Jie smiled bitterly. "Some time ago, I saw the Patriarch bringing Miss Shui back. However, not long after that, the Patriarch of the Yun family came as well. After that, I didn't see Miss Shui again. I didn't hear anyone saying that they had seen Miss Shui in the family either." Chapter 4287. Big Brother. Xia Jie was stunned when he heard the words. Then he flew into a rage. Is he going to continue being a fool? Previously, before entering the dimensional battlefield, he had met his big brother once. When he saw that his big brother looked apologetic, he thought that his big brother would stop forcing his niece after she was released. He did not expect that his big brother would do such a thing again when he returned. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have entered the dimensional battlefield. Xia Jie regretted his decision. Although he had obtained some unexpected gains by entering the dimensional battlefield to look for his niece, he would have preferred not to enter the dimensional battlefield if he had known this would happen. I'll go look for him. Without any hesitation, Xia Jie left the middle-aged man beside him and left like a gust of wind. The middle-aged man, who was left behind, sighed. The third master is still as hot-tempered as ever. The middle-aged man's unkempt figure looked eccentric, but his eyes were filled with sincere respect. His life was saved by the third master. If the third master needed it, he was willing to give up his precious life for him. After leaving, Xia Jie went to look for his big brother, Xiaoyu, the current patriarch of the Xia family. Where's Shui? As soon as he saw Xiaoyu, Xia Jie immediately asked about his niece. I heard you brought her back to the family? Where is she now? Xiaoyu glanced at his impatient brother and frowned slightly. How old are you? Why are you still acting like a child? Can't we talk things out properly? In the past, he felt guilty in front of his third brother. After all, he felt that his third brother loved his daughter more than he loved his daughter. He felt guilty in his heart, so much so that when his third brother mentioned his daughter, he felt a little ashamed to show his face. However, he no longer felt guilty. This was because he no longer forced his daughter to marry Yunqing Yan from the Yun family. Xia Jie was furious when he saw his big brother acting as if nothing had happened. Where's Shui? Didn't she come back? Didn't you hand her over to Yun Tingfeng? Yun Tingfeng was the patriarch of the Yun family in the Divine Offering Land. He was also Yunqing Yan's father. You just came back, but you know quite a lot. Xiaoyu faintly smiled. Don't worry, I didn't hand Shui over to him. Xia Jie frowned. Where is Shui? Could it be that you grounded her after she came back? She's not allowed to meet anyone? It had been over 700 years since he last met his niece. His niece had been in the planar battlefield for over 700 years. After such a long time, the soul energy in his niece's soul bead had been completely annihilated and could no longer transmit messages. Sort of. Xiaoyu nodded. Sort of. Xia Jie was enraged again. What do you mean? Didn't you tell me that if she made it out of the realm battlefield alive, you wouldn't force her to marry Yunqing Yan? Facing his third brother's wrath, Xiaoyu's expression remained unchanged as he smiled. If you're worried about this, then you don't have to. Shui's engagement with Yunqing Yan has been annulled. As for the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng personally promised that he would not force Shui to marry him again. So you can rest assured now. As soon as Xiaoyu's words left his mouth, the furious Xia Jie was dumbfounded. The engagement was annulled? What was going on? Moreover, the patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng, personally said so? Since when was Yun Tingfeng so agreeable? Also, Xiaoyu continued to say, Shui has been in the realm battlefield for over 700 years. Not only has she recovered her cultivation base from her previous life, but her current strength has also increased by a level. This time, she had a fortuitous encounter in the realm battlefield. Now that I've told you this, you should be even happier, right? Xiaoyu smiled. Xia Jie had a headache when it came to his third brother. However, he was still his biological brother. Moreover, he loved his daughter dearly. Therefore, he had always been tolerant of his third brother. Otherwise, if it was someone else who dared to act so rudely in front of him, the patriarch of the Xiao family, he would have been punished by the family. Really? Xia Jie's eyes lit up when he heard Xiaoyu's words. In such a short time, she has recovered her cultivation base from her previous life. Moreover, her strength has increased by a level. It seems that the secret method of reincarnation passed down in the family does have its own uniqueness. Shui is not even 1,000 years old in this life. a mid-level supreme god who was not even 1,000 years old. Xia Jia could imagine that once this news spread, it would cause a stir in the entire divine offering land. Even the various planes of gods would be shaken. Of course, something passed down by the ancestor is not simple. Xia Yu sighed. However, in the history of the Xia family, there were very few ancestors who used that secret technique before the heavenly tribulation of 1,000 years. However, none of them succeeded in reincarnating. Shui is the only successful case in the history of the Xia family. Of course, in the history of the Xia family, it was said that the ancestor who created the secret technique also succeeded in reincarnating. In other words, Shui is the second case after him. As for whether the ancestor had succeeded in reincarnating, no one knew. This was because it was too long ago. Even if he was the clan leader of the Xia family, he could not be 100% sure of this. Perhaps it depends on the person's courage. Xia Jia shook his head and said, "How many people would dare to use the secret technique unless they were facing the heavenly tribulation? Perhaps the secret technique requires a courageous person to try it. In the history of the family, it's not like there haven't been people who didn't have such courage." Xia Yu shook his head. "It's just that there are very few of them. Perhaps, in order to succeed in reincarnating, one must not only have courage, but also other factors." "Of course," Xia Jia said. "Otherwise, in the history of the Xia family, Shui wouldn't be the only one who succeeded in reincarnating after the ancestor who created the secret technique." "My niece is indeed extraordinary," Xia Jia said with a smug expression on his face. Although Xia Yu did not want to hurt his pride, he still reminded him when he saw how smug Xia Jia was. "She's my daughter, my biological daughter." "That's right, she's your niece. However, she's also my biological daughter. If she's not my biological daughter, she wouldn't be your niece. Why are you acting so smug in front of me?" Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, the smug expression on Xia Jia's face froze. Then he scolded in exasperation. "Now you know she's your daughter? What about when you forced her in the past? This time, she managed to reincarnate with great difficulty, but you still forced her." Xia Jia became even angrier when he spoke about this. Xia Yu didn't get angry at the furious Xia Jia. Instead, he sighed and said, "Third brother, you should know that I was also coerced." "Humph." Xia Jia snorted coldly. "You told me about that last time. Didn't I tell you? If the Yun family is really so ruthless and wants to destroy the Xia family, as soon as the old ancestor's soul pearl shatters, we'll immediately attack the Yun family and fight to the death. Who's afraid of you? Even if that old man comes back in time, there won't be many people left in the Yun family. If they want to recover, they'll have to wait and see." Xia Jia said in a deep voice, "I'm certain Yun Tingfeng won't dare to do that. Otherwise, he'll be a sinner of the Yun family." Xia Jia said decisively, "This time, I threatened him in the same way." "He no longer insisted on marrying Shui to his son," Xia Yu said. Xia Jia nodded. "You should have done that earlier." Xia Jia replied as he looked at Xia Yu with a frown. "You've said so much. Where's Shui? She's in a stone chamber in the Xia family's ancestral hall." Xia Yu looked at Xia Jia and did not hide anything from him. "However, you're not allowed to see or communicate with her for 1,000 years. "Why?" Xia Jia frowned. What kind of logic was this? His own niece had returned home, but he could not see or communicate with her. "It's because of the Yun family," Xia Yu said. "This time, even though the Yun family has agreed to us canceling the engagement, Yun Tingfeng isn't willing to let the matter rest. His request is to confine Shui for 1,000 years and forbid her from contacting the outside world during this time. After 1,000 years, Shui will regain her freedom." Xia Yu paused for a moment. He glanced at Xia Jia, who was looking around before he added, "Don't think that Shui is in the Xia family. You can ignore Yin Tingfeng's request." Since you know that Shui has returned, I'm sure you know that Yun Tingfeng came by some time ago. He came to set up a formation outside the stone chamber where Shui is grounded. If anyone breaks the formation to meet or communicate with Shui he'll ask the person from the Yun family to harm the old ancestor. It's still the same threat. However, the conditions have changed this time. They only want Shui to be grounded for 1,000 years. They want the Xia family to give the Yun family an explanation. Xia Yu said. Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, Xia Jie's expression turned for the better. Although he felt that it was shameless for Yun Tingfeng to use the old ancestor of the Xia family to threaten them, he felt that this punishment was nothing. Back then, the Yun family was not the only one who was interested in the engagement between the two families. The Xia family had also agreed to it. If the Xia family wanted to annul the engagement, they would naturally have to pay a price. Being grounded for 1,000 years was not a big price to pay. Big brother, is it true that the Yun family only wants Shui to be grounded for 1,000 years? Xia Jie frowned slightly. Based on his understanding of the Yun family's clan leader, Yun Tingfeng, he was not someone who would compromise easily. Was he really worried that the Xia family would fight to the death with him? Even if that was the case, was there a need to make such a small request? In his opinion, 1,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Being grounded for 1,000 years was not much different from not being punished at all. It was as though the Yun family only wanted a way out. Yes. Xia Yu nodded. Yun Tingfeng is doing this because he wants a way out. He did not tell Xia Jie that Yun Tingfeng still wanted to kill his son-in-law because he knew that Xia Jie would be angry with him if he found out. Therefore, he did not plan to tell his third brother about this. Yes. Chapter 4288. Xia Yu knew that his third brother had been in contact with his son-in-law before. He also knew that his third brother wouldn't let him help the Yun family deal with the son-in-law. So he didn't mention this matter from the beginning to the end. If he did, he would only be asking for trouble. Therefore, he did not intend to bring it up. In addition, there was news in the chaos territory of the divine adjudication battlefield that a lower ultimate god named Duan Lingtian could kill a medium ultimate god as easily as killing a dog. His strength was comparable to a top medium ultimate god. Most importantly, he had just entered the ultimate god realm and had not consolidated his cultivation base yet. Moreover, it was said that he came from the Myriad Art Academy, a heavyweight ultimate god force in the mysterious gangland, and he was not even 1,000 years old. When Xiaoyu heard the news, he guessed who it was. This person must be his son-in-law. He was even more monstrous than what Yun Tingfeng had told him. However, no matter how monstrous he was, there was nothing he could do. The supreme expert of the Xia clan might really be in trouble because of his momentary willfulness. If that happened, he would be condemned by the Xia clan for eternity. The only thing I can do is not to do it myself. I won't even let the Xia clan deal with him. I can only follow Yun Tingfeng's instructions and cooperate with him to lure him out. Although Xia Yu was the patriarch of the Xia clan and was used to seeing life and death, he was not cold-hearted. If it did not concern the safety of the supreme expert of the Xia clan and the fact that his daughter approved of the man, he would not let him die. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Xia Yu sighed inwardly. After confirming that the Yun clan only wanted his niece to be grounded for 1,000 years, Xia Jie was in a better mood. 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Then I'll bring Shui out after 1,000 years. Xia Jie's mental state was completely different from when he first arrived. A smile finally appeared on his face. However, when he noticed that his brother was staring at him, the smile disappeared and was replaced by a stern expression. I really don't know how you fell for Yun Qingyan. That boy can't even compare to Shui. He's not good enough for Shui. He's a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Shui. Only her husband in this life is worthy of her. Xia Jia had a smug look on his face when he said that. It was as though he was waiting for Xia Yu to ask him why he said that. However, he soon discovered something. Xia Yu just looked at him, quietly without saying anything. You in the end? Xia Jia couldn't help but ask, aren't you curious at all about why I said that? I've heard. Xia Yu heard this. How could he not guess what his third brother was thinking? A few days ago, I heard that there was a peerless genius less than 1,000 years old in the Chaos region, where the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition intersects with the other two planar battlefields. After hearing his name and origin, I guessed who he was. Xia Yu said. He nodded and said, not bad indeed. From the mundane plane? To have such an achievement in less than 1,000 years. Was it that genius of the Ning clan who was known as the #1 person in the younger generation of the god-defying realm? I'm not as good as him. I heard that the genius of the Ning clan almost died at his hands. What if the person behind the Ning clan hadn't made a move? That genius from the Ning clan is gone. However, fortunately, the Ning clan's genius was saved. Otherwise, he would have died in the Chaos region of the Gods' Inquisition battlefield not long ago. Xia Yu shook his head. He's just a young man less than 1,000 years old. He doesn't have any sense of danger at all. Or perhaps he's used to having a smooth journey and thinks the Chaos region is just like any other place. Xia Yu was no less knowledgeable than Xia Jia. Xia Jia snorted when he heard this. So what if you make a mistake once in a while? When you were young, you couldn't even compare to a finger of his. Sometimes, a mistake can cost you your life. Xia Yu glanced at Xia Jia and said indifferently, Humph. Xia Jia snorted again. My niece-in-law is a person with great luck. Even if it seems like there's no chance of survival, there's still a chance for a turnaround. He's the same as Shui. Shui? Successfully reincarnated and cultivated again. In less than 1,000 years, she's already a medium-level ultimate god. Her strength is even stronger than in her previous life. In my opinion, Ning Yishuan from the Ning clan is not only inferior to my niece-in-law, but he's also far inferior to my niece-in-law. He might not even be a medium-level ultimate god now, said Xia Jia. Xia Jia did not refute Xia Yu. Xia Yu didn't refute Xia Jia's rebuttal. Instead, he looked behind Xia Jia and asked in surprise, Second brother, why are you back? Second brother? Xia Jia instinctively turned his head when he heard Xia Yu's words. However, as soon as he turned his head, he seemed to have sensed something and his expression changed drastically. Xia Yu. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was suppressed by an extremely powerful force before he could even finish speaking. He even fainted from the pressure before being tossed into a spatial artifact and trapped there. Xia Yu, what are you doing? Xia Jia asked with an ugly expression when he woke up after being imprisoned. Third brother. Xia Yu sighed. The Yun clan didn't only imprison Shui. They also asked me to imprison you when you returned. Now that they know that Duan Lingtian has entered the divine adjudicator battlefield, they think that Duan Lingtian's achievements today have something to do with the help you gave him when you met him in the past. That's why they asked me to imprison you as well. I'll release you after 1,000 years, said Xia Jia. Xia Jia sneered. Nonsense. Xia Jia cursed. Back then, I only gave my niece-in-law a prominent divine tool. It's a prominent divine tool that doesn't even have an artifact soul. He achieved what he has today on his own. What does that have to do with me? Third brother, just stay in there. Just as you said, 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye, said Xia Jia. Xia Jia nodded. Without waiting for Xia Jia's reply, Xia Yu sealed the spatial divine tool in his hand and connected it to the Xia clan's protective grand formation when the spatial divine tool shook violently. The spatial divine tool immediately suppressed the spatial divine tool. At this moment, Xia Jia, who was desperately trying to escape from the spatial divine tool, became completely obedient. Xia Yu, when I get out, I won't let this matter rest. I'll burn your room down. I want more. At this moment, Xia Jie was exasperated. In the end, he stopped causing trouble. However, at the same time, he could not help but feel worried, based on what his elder brother, Xia Jie, said. Did the Yun family already know about his niece-in-law? At this moment, Xia Jie seemed to have forgotten what had said to his elder brother, Xiaoyu, about how his niece-in-law was a son of providence. Even if he encountered a situation where there was no chance of survival, he would still be able to survive. I hope he'll be careful. The Yun family is too big for him right now. It was true that Xiaoyu had asked the Yun family to imprison Xia Jie. However, the Yun family's explanation was different from what Xiaoyu had said to Xia Jie. According to Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, he planned to lure Duan Lingtian out after the realm battlefield was sealed for 100 years. During this process, he could not allow anyone to spoil his plan. Xia Jie was someone who would spoil his plan. He had also said that if Xia Jie spoiled his plan and failed to lure Duan Lingtian out, he would think that the Xia family was not cooperating with him. Xiaoyu had no choice but to agree that he would keep Xia Jie in check. As Xia Jie's elder brother, he naturally knew the only way to keep Xia Jie in check was to imprison him. Meanwhile, in the Yun family's residence in the northwestern region, even Xiaoyu, the patriarch of the Xia family, knew that a peerless genius, Duan Lingtian, had appeared in the chaos region of the divine adjudication battlefield. How could the Yun family not know about this? Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, had an unsightly expression on his face when he heard the news. At this moment, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was the person who had almost killed his son, Yun Qinyan. Moreover, according to the news, Duan Lingtian was much stronger than when he had dealt with his son previously. How long has it been? His strength has actually improved again. Although Yun Tingfeng was usually calm, he could no longer maintain his composure at this moment. Father, Yun Qinyan had also received the news and came looking for his father. I heard that Duan Lingtian is currently in the chaos region of the divine adjudication battlefield. I don't think he knows that cousin has left the realm battlefield. Father, send someone in to kill him. He's in the chaos region. Yun Qinyan's expression was unsightly. After all, he had an irreconcilable enmity with Duan Lingtian. In the past, he had regarded Duan Lingtian as an aunt. However, the last time they met, Duan Lingtian had almost killed him. It made him realize that Duan Lingtian had grown to the point where he was no longer a match for Duan Lingtian. Initially, when he learned that his father had a plan to kill Duan Lingtian, he was still relatively calm. However, when he heard the news from the divine adjudication battlefield that Duan Lingtian's strength had improved again, he began to panic. At the same time, he regretted not killing Duan Lingtian back then. Calm down. What's wrong with you now? Yun Tingfeng frowned when he saw his son losing his composure. A hint of disappointment flashed in the depths of his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Do you think I'll be able to kill him if I send someone in? Since you've heard the news, you should know that a group of descendants of supreme powerhouses are currently searching for him in the Chaos region. However, they can't find him. Many of the people brought in by the descendants of supreme powerhouses are higher ultimate gods." Yun Tingfeng paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Apart from that, there hasn't been any news of Duan Lingtian for a long time. Now he's either dead and the news has spread, or he's cultivating in seclusion in the Chaos region. That's why no one has seen him recently. Father, do you think he's dead or alive?" Yun Qinyan's eyes were filled with hope. "There's a high chance he's still alive." Yun Tingfeng said indifferently, "A monster like him won't die so easily, especially after experiencing such a life-or-death situation. He must have become more careful." This was the first time Yun Tingfeng had seen a monster like Duan Lingtian in his life. It was also the first time he had heard of someone from the mundane realm who had achieved such a feat in just 1,000 years. Yun Qinyan's expression turned ugly when he heard Yun Tingfeng's words. I really don't know what Ning Yixuan from the Ning clan is thinking. Duan Lingtian almost killed him, but he's still trying to save his enemy's life. Yun Tingfeng had cursed Ning Yixuan 1,000,000 times in his heart since he learned of the news. If Ning Yixuan had not intervened, Duan Lingtian would have been dead. Chapter 4289. In fact, Yun Qingyan was not the only one who questioned Ning Yixuan. In the chaos zone where the battlefield of the divine adjudication and the other two-dimensional battlefields were located, Ning Yixuan would be questioned whenever he met someone he knew. Ning Yixuan, I heard that Duan Lingtian almost killed you in the past. It was the senior from the Ning clan who saved your life at a great cost. Although it's not as deep as the ocean, it's not shallow either, right? Why did you save him? However, when faced with such questions, Ning Yixuan only had one sentence. Before I defeat him, I will not allow him to die in front of me. To Ning Yixuan, defeating Duan Lingtian or even defeating Duan Lingtian was his obsession. This obsession had allowed his cultivation base to improve rapidly. He was only half a step away from becoming a medium ultimate god. He only needed an opportunity to enter the intermediate ultimate god realm. Even if he did not find an opportunity, he was confident he could make a breakthrough and become a medium ultimate god within 10 years, based on his obsession to surpass Duan Lingtian. Once he learned about Duan Lingtian's death, his obsession would disappear. If he did not have an opportunity, he would not be able to become a medium ultimate god within 20 or 30 years, let alone 10 years. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can live well after that lesson. Wait for me. I'll defeat him and take back the glory that belonged to me in the past. Although Ning Yixuan was not surrounded by people who gossiped about him, many of them did not think it was true that he had been defeated by Duan Lingtian. However, only Ning Yixuan felt that his past glory had become a joke the moment he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. There was only one way for him to take back his past glory. He had to defeat Duan Lingtian and defeat Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not know what Ning Yixuan was thinking. He had chosen to exit his closed-door cultivation. If he continued to cultivate, the improvement would be minimal. It would be useless. Why not come out and try? He might be able to find an opportunity to make a breakthrough. It feels like it's a long way to go before I can consolidate my cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. Although he had been in closed-door cultivation for a few years, however, to Duan Lingtian, the improvement was not enough to satisfy him. In fact, it had disappointed him. After all, this was considered a fast cultivation speed. A few years? Perhaps it was because of the pressure he felt that his cultivation base there was still room for improvement, which was why he chose to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. Now he had already used up all the motivation he had gained from converting the pressure back then. I can still get more battle points as worth its time to open the secret territories, secret realms. Should I get more battle points? Open the secret territories. Secret? The past? Should I get more points? I only opened a single-person secret realm and met that Ning Yixuan. This time, I'll accumulate a little more battle merits. Open A's secret open, a secret to open secret. The more people there are, the more battle merits will be consumed. The various opportunities and fortuitous encounters in the secret realms will definitely be better. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he decided on his next step. Of course, while achieving his goal, he did not forget his wife, Ker, his sister-in-law, and his mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng. The three of them were the targets he was looking for this time. He also knew that finding the three of them in the realm of chaos was like finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, he could only leave it to fate. I'll find a military camp and stay there for a while. I'll see if the descendants of the ultimate gods have stopped targeting me. This time, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay in one area for a long time like before. However, if there were still many descendants of the ultimate gods looking for him, he would definitely have to be more careful. In addition, he also wanted to know the current situation in the realm of chaos. Of course, he still had a small fantasy of going to the nearby military camp. Could he occasionally see his wife, Kerr, there? Or meet his sister-in-law, Linghu Chuin, and mother-in-law, Linghu Rinfeng? It seems like there are only a few military camps in the realm of chaos. However, there are many entrances and exits in those few military camps. This must be one of the entrances. Duan Lingtian continued to travel. Following his memories, he spent a few days before he finally arrived at the nearest military camp entrance. He had passed by this place in the past. The military camp was located in the realm of chaos. Anyone from any realm of gods could enter it. However, although the military camp seemed to be right in front of him, it might not be there. The military camp in front of Duan Lingtian was covered by a layer of light blue energy barrier. It looked real, but if one looked closely, they would find it to be illusory. In fact, although the military camp was there, it did not seem like there was anyone inside. Clearly, these were all illusions. In the realm of chaos, even if two people enter the same military camp at the same time, they might not necessarily appear in the same military camp. In the realm of chaos, there were only a few military camps. However, there were many entrances. Moreover, every entrance led to a military camp that was constantly changing. If one entered a military camp at the same time, they might end up in military camp A. However, if one's companions entered the same military camp at the same time, they might end up in military camp B. In fact, if there were 3 people in a group, even if they entered the same military camp hand in hand, they might end up in 3 different military camps. Therefore, when people traveled in groups in the realm of chaos, unless their lives were in danger, they would not choose to enter a military camp. Once they entered a military camp, their group would be disbanded. It was the same when they exited the military camp. People in the same military camp would be sent to different entrances. Moreover, the entrances were not fixed. They could be sent to any place in the realm of chaos, unless they had some sort of method left behind by a supreme expert. That way, they would be able to bring people into or out of the military camp together. They would always end up in the same military camp or outside the same military camp. Of course, even if they had such a method, they would need the other party's permission before they could bring people in or out of the military camp. For example, the descendant of the supreme powerhouse who had gathered more than a dozen medium ultimate gods to deal with Duan Lingtian was able to gather more than a dozen medium ultimate gods in a military camp and lead them out to kill Duan Lingtian because of the treasure given to him by his supreme powerhouse grandfather. Enter. After standing outside the military camp entrance for a while, Duan Lingtian entered the military camp in a flash. Then, in the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered that he had appeared in a vast military camp. Moreover, he was surrounded by an empty space. After Duan Lingtian entered, no one noticed him for now. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, with just a thought, Duan Lingtian transformed his face into another one. In fact, even a lower ultimate god or a high-level ultimate god could see through his disguise and see his true face with their divine consciousness, let alone a medium ultimate god or even a high-level ultimate god. However, in a peaceful place like the military camp, it was rare for people to use their divine consciousness to investigate others, as it was an offense. It was fine if they were just ordinary people. However, if they were to meet someone with an extraordinary background, they would often get into trouble. At first, Duan Lingtian was worried that he would attract attention if he hid his true appearance. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking. First of all, this military camp covered a large area. There were not many people he met along the way. In addition, some people might have hidden their true appearance like him. However, if one did not use their divine consciousness to investigate, no one would know who was and who was not. In next to no time, a voice drew Duan Lingtian's attention. Do you think that Duan Lingtian, who came from the Shengang lands Wanda Law Palace, died, as some people said? Or did he find a place to hide? Not far away, a few people gathered together and happened to be talking about him. When Duan Lingtian heard these people's words, he was inexplicably shocked. How did these people know about his background? However, when he thought that those who were searching for him were the descendants of the ultimate experts, Duan Lingtian was relieved. The descendants of the ultimate experts, even if they did not seek help from the ultimate experts, used the influence of the ultimate experts. It was not difficult to find out his origin after a period of time. Soon, with the in-depth discussion of these people, Duan Lingtian also realized that his background in the Shengyang land had been dug up thoroughly. Even the fact that he was less than 1,000 years old had spread. Do you think that Duan Lingtian really defeated Ning Yishuan? I don't think it's possible. Although I also don't think it's possible, my cousin knows a descendant of the ultimate experts. And according to what that person said, this matter is true. It's said that the ultimate expert ancestor of the Ning clan was also punished for making a move in the planar battlefield. The ultimate expert was punished? Who can punish him? At this time, Duan Lingtian also realized that the matter between him and Ning Yishuan had spread. Many people also knew that Ning Yishuan had saved his life. Many people could not understand. And some people also said the words that Ning Yishuan had said to other people about this matter later on. It was nothing more than wanting to defeat Duan Lingtian with his own hands. I didn't expect that after so many years, the popularity of this matter still hasn't died down. Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also heard many other things. But compared to his popularity, these things were rarely mentioned at the same time. It was unlike him, where he could hear people talking about him after walking for a while. During this time, Duan Lingtian also heard that many descendants of the ultimate experts no longer had eyes on him and were looking for their own fortuitous encounters. Although they were the descendants of the ultimate experts, they usually only had one ultimate expert behind them. In the realm battlefield, there were some fortuitous encounters that even the ultimate experts behind them could not provide. Most of the time, these fortuitous encounters were obtained by a group of ultimate experts in the realm battlefield and were used to nurture their descendants. During this time, Duan Lingtian also learned more about the ultimate experts in the realm battlefield. The mysterious ultimate experts in the realm battlefield. Their realm battlefield encompassed 18 realms of gods, 81 Devata realms, and countless mundane realms. They were collectively known as the God-defying realm. Chapter 4290. There are 81 Devata realms. There are 18 realms of gods. Is this a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain this world, including the realms of gods, Devata realms, and mundane realms, was part of the reverse divine realm. Apart from that, the outer realm should be outside the reverse divine realm. Apart from that, the independent realms, such as the realms created by supreme powerhouses and those created by those with some strength, could also be considered as realms. However, they were not stable realms. In fact, the little world in each person's body could be considered as a realm. It feels like this world is much bigger than I thought. At this moment, the world in Duan Lingtian's eyes had changed. It no longer included this piece of heaven and earth. In the past, he thought this piece of heaven and earth was this world. However, that was not the case now. This world was just the world of the reverse divine realm. It was not necessarily the entire world. Naturally, it was also possible to say the reverse divine realm was a world. For example, Earth in his past life was also considered a world. Outside of Earth, including Earth, could also be considered as a world. After all, Duan Lingtian did not know much about the God-reversing realm and the outer realm since he did not ask them face to face. However, it was a huge blow to him. He was a little absent-minded. I don't think this can go on. It's going to affect my cultivation. I don't even want to accumulate battle merits to open secret realms. What I want to do now is to learn more about the outer realm. It had to be said that the God-defying realm and the outer realm had a huge impact on Duan Lingtian. It had almost overturned his understanding of the world. For this reason, it was difficult for him to extricate himself from it. I should leave the Chaos Realm and the Realm battlefield for a while. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to temporarily leave the Realm of Chaos and the Realm battlefield after he discovered he could no longer suppress the shock and confusion in his heart. Not only did he leave the God's Judgment battlefield, he also crossed from the God's Judgment battlefield to the profound Zen battlefield of the profound gangland, then left from there and returned to the profound gangland. Once again returning to the profound Handleland, Duan Lingtian felt as if a lifetime had passed. In the past, when he had left the profound Handleland, he had left with his third senior, Brother Yang Yuchen. At that time, he had only been a high God Emperor. In the blink of an eye, he had stepped into the ultimate God realm and became a lower ultimate God. Although the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace is only a heavyweight ultimate God force and not a giant ultimate God force, it has been around for a long time. As a higher ultimate God, the old dean probably knows a lot. After Duan Lingtian returned to the profound Handleland, he did not stay outside and directly returned to the Myriad Arts Academy. During this process, although he knew that there was a high probability that he could move in a high-profile manner, he still chose to move in the dark now that the news of him being in the chaos zone of the battlefield of the divine judgment had spread. The people here must have received the news as well, including the Monorigin spirit sect. In the past, if the Monorigin spirit sect wanted to kill him, they only needed to send Ultimate God. Now, not to mention an ordinary lower Ultimate God, even a stronger middle Ultimate God would not be able to take him down. Even a top middle Ultimate God might not be able to stop him if there was only one of them, unless a higher ultimate God made a move. However, the Monorigin spirit sect only had one higher ultimate God on the surface, and it might even be only one. For such an expert to personally deal with Duan Lingtian, it would be possible if they could confirm when Duan Lingtian would appear in a certain place. It was almost impossible for such an existence to wait outside the Myriad Arts Academy for Duan Lingtian, especially now that in everyone's eyes, Duan Lingtian was in the chaos zone of the battlefield of the divine judgment. It was almost impossible for the Monorigin spirit sect to send someone to wait outside the Myriad Arts Academy. However, because of the previous lesson, even if Duan Lingtian felt that it was impossible, he still carefully returned to the Myriad Arts Academy. It was not until the moment Duan Lingtian stepped into the Myriad Arts Academy that he removed the mask on his face and revealed his true appearance. At this time, the patrolling teachers of the Myriad Arts Academy, who recognized Duan Lingtian, also exclaimed in surprise, "It's Duan Lingtian. He's back. Isn't Duan Lingtian in the chaos zone of the battlefield of the divine judgment? He's actually back? Duan Lingtian has really entered the lower ultimate God realm." It's said that although Duan Lingtian has just entered the lower ultimate God realm, he has the strength to surpass most middle ultimate gods. Moreover, those middle ultimate gods who are very strong in our eyes may not be his match. I think that apart from a few deputy palace masters, the rest of the medium ultimate gods in the academy may not be his match. After Duan Lingtian returned to the Myriad Arts Academy, the news spread like wildfire. A group of Myriad Arts Academy teachers and students wanted to see Duan Lingtian, who had entered the ultimate God realm. It was said that this person had almost killed a descendant of a supreme expert in the battlefield of the divine judgment. However, although they rushed over as soon as possible, they still missed him. "Where's Senior Brother Duan? Where's Senior Brother Duan?" When the group of people did not see Duan Lingtian and felt that it was a pity, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the independent dimension where the internal palace was located. As soon as he entered, he was stopped by someone. "Little junior brother, you're finally back. You and third senior brother have been gone for too long this time. My cultivation has improved recently. You can practice with me. Don't worry, I'll be gentle and won't hurt you." The person who stopped Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. During the trip to the Divine Trials, Lang Chunwan had successfully entered the lower Ultimate God realm and quickly consolidated her Ultimate God realm cultivation base. Now that a few decades had passed, Lang Chunwan's strength was naturally stronger than before. That's not right. Suddenly, Lang Chunwan seemed to have noticed something, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Little junior brother, you've also entered the Ultimate God realm? Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. You haven't consolidated your cultivation base yet, right? Lang Chunwan murmured. No. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and shook his head. The cultivation of a lower ultimate god is too difficult. Although I've broken through for some time, it's still difficult to completely consolidate my cultivation base. That's good. Lang Chunwan breathed a sigh of relief. She felt great pressure when she saw that her little junior brother had entered the ultimate god realm. After all, she was his senior sister. How could a senior sister be surpassed by a junior brother? After entering the ultimate god realm, the cultivation speed has indeed slowed down a lot. Lang Chunwan sighed. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded and agreed. Now, I just hope that I can get more divine, corrupting spring when the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opens 60 years later. Divine corrupting spring. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not know much about the divine corrupting spring. He even thought that the divine corrupting spring was not as good as the divine energy of an ultimate god. It was not until he was chased by a group of ultimate god descendants that he vaguely realized that the divine corrupting spring was not ordinary. Later, he confirmed the benefits of the divine corrupting spring from some people and learned that it was a treasure that could rapidly improve an ultimate god's cultivation base. Even an ultimate god would covet the divine corrupting spring. Some ultimate god descendants and even their own sons might not have used the divine corrupting spring before. The divine corrupting spring was too rare and did not exist in the god-defying realm. It came from outside the realm. Divine corrupting spring. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Chunwan lost her composure. Junior brother, are you sure you're not wrong? You're talking about the divine corrupting spring? At that moment, Duan Lingtian saw that his fourth senior sister's eyes were a little red. It's the divine corrupting spring. Fourth senior sister, do you know about it? Yes. Lang Chunwan nodded hurriedly and then said unhappily, First senior sister brought back a drop of the divine corrupting spring before, but she gave it to third senior brother. It was because of that third senior brother was able to break through the bottleneck and enter the intermediate ultimate god realm. According to first senior sister, the divine corrupting spring is very precious. Even she was lucky enough to get it by chance. The divine corrupting spring does not exist in the god-defying realm where we are. It only exists in the outer realm. Lang Chunwan said, just as Duan Lingtian was about to ask after hearing Lang Chunwan's words. Lang Chunwan stared at Duan Lingtian with sparkling eyes. Junior brother, tell me about the method to obtain the divine corrupting spring in the Chaos Territory. I'll see if I can get a few drops of the divine corrupting spring to drink. Duan Lingtian suddenly regretted mentioning the divine corrupting spring earlier. Would his fourth senior sister abandon her responsibilities and run away because of this? According to third senior brother, the inner palace branch could not be left unguarded, right? Once there was no one to guard it, the independent space dimension where the inner palace branch was located would not last long before it collapsed and turned into ashes. Even if everyone from the inner palace branch left, they would not be able to leave for too long. Fourth senior sister, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and said, It's fine if you want me to tell you. However, you have to promise me that even if you want to go to the Chaos Territory, you can't go with your original body. You should know that your original body can't leave this place for too long. Otherwise, the independent space dimension where the inner palace branch is located will collapse and shatter. This was actually the reason why Yang Yuchen, the previous ruler of the Inner Palace branch, had specially left the Inner Palace branch in Lang Chunwan's hands before he left. Only the ruler of the Inner Palace branch could stabilize this space. Junior brother, why don't I pass the position of the ruler of the Inner Palace branch to you? Lang Chunwan stared at Duan Lingtian and asked tentatively. If it was said that she had been tricked into accepting the responsibility of the Inner Palace branch, now she completely realized that her third senior brother was completely passing the responsibility to her. She regretted it. However, she had no other choice now. If she left, the independent space dimension where the Inner Palace branch was located would disappear. Not only would she lose her home, but her third senior brother, second senior brother, little junior brother, and eldest senior sister would also lose their home. Chapter 40, 291. Fourth senior sister, I'm afraid I can't do that. Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious as he said, My wife, who is also your sister-in-law, is still trapped in the God's judgment battlefield. I don't know if she's dead or alive. Before I'm found, I won't be able to take over the responsibility of managing the Inner Palace. I hope you can understand, fourth senior sister. Although his fourth senior sister was still like a child, Duan Lingtian still treated her as his senior sister in his heart. This was because she treated him as her junior brother and took care of him. He was not a cold-hearted person. If someone treated him well, he would not treat them badly. Little junior brother, I'm just joking with you. Lang Chunwan smiled awkwardly when she saw Duan Lingtian's serious expression. Although she looked young and had a childlike personality, she was not immature. She regretted her earlier joke when she saw her little junior brother being serious. Don't worry. Since third senior brother has handed the Inner Palace and our home to me, I'll make sure our home is gone, Lang Chunwan giggled. Her previous seriousness was gone at this moment. It was replaced by her usual childlike innocence. Little junior brother, don't worry. Even if I'm going to the realm battlefield, I'll only send my avatar. Furthermore, my clones of laws are not much weaker than my true body. Little junior brother, why don't you tell me how I can obtain the divine corrupting spring in the realm battlefield? It was obvious that Lang Chunwan had not forgotten about the divine corrupting spring. It was obvious how attractive the divine corrupting spring was to her. Duan Lingtian could understand why. He knew how precious the divine corrupting spring was. It was something that even the descendants of the ultimate powerhouses would fight over. Otherwise, why would the descendants of those supreme experts spend so much effort to search for him and even hunt him down in the chaos region of the planar battlefield? Fourth senior sister, the divine corrupting spring. In the face of Lang Chunwan's questioning, Duan Lingtian, who knew that she was just joking, didn't say anything more and went straight to the point. He started from the time when he discovered the change in the chaos region and heard the voice of the utmost expert. He repeated the words of the utmost expert. Even the 10th place in the same realm has a drop of divine corrupting spring water. After hearing this, Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up. There's so many rankings of the same realm, and the person at the bottom of any one of them can still get a drop of divine corrupting spring water. It seems that those supreme masters have gained a lot in the outer realm this time. He actually obtained so much divine accumulating spring water. Could it be that he obtained a pool of God's gathering spring water? As she spoke, Lang Chunyuan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his heart skipped a beat. According to his fourth senior sister, as well as those people in the planar battlefield, the divine corrupting spring was extremely precious. Even a single drop was enough to make the strongest desire it. However, this time, a large amount of divine corrupting spring water had appeared in the planar battlefield. He didn't think that only the 10th place in the same realm could get a drop of divine corrupting spring water while the others couldn't. There was a high probability that the others also had more than one drop of divine corrupting spring water. Fourth senior sister, how much do you know about the outer realm? Duan Lingtian looked at Lang Chunwan and asked curiously. Lang Chunwan gradually came back to her senses and shook her head. Little junior brother, I've never been to the outer realm. I've only heard about it from eldest senior sister, so I don't know much about it. I only know that although eldest senior sister is a higher ultimate god, it's still very dangerous to go to the outer realm. It's said that even utmost experts have the risk of dying there. There aren't only people from the god-defying realm in the outer realm. There are also people from other realms. There are also utmost experts and higher ultimate gods in the other realms. I heard from eldest senior sister that the masters of the 18 realms of gods, the 18 powerful utmost experts, are the guardians of the god-defying realm. They guard the 18 passageways from the god-defying realm to the outer realm. We can also leave through those 18 passageways to go to the outer realm. In addition, it's said that as long as one becomes a higher ultimate god in the realms of gods or the planar battlefield, they'll be entrusted with responsibilities. They'll need to go to the outer realm to serve the god-defying realm at certain intervals. Although Lang Chunwan said that she didn't know much about the god-defying realm, what she said was something that Duan Lingtian had never heard of before. However, after listening to her, Duan Lingtian also realized how terrifying the outer realm was. In the god-defying realm, those who had not reached the higher ultimate god realm and the utmost experts of the god-defying realm did not recommend them to go to the outer realm. Of course, there were also many people who went to the outer realm before reaching the higher ultimate god realm in order to seek greater opportunities. However, these people basically died 9 out of 10 times. Even those who survived were not all lucky. Some people were directly crippled and then returned to the god-defying realm to retire until the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation came and they died. Also, I heard from eldest senior sister that the planar battlefield is actually a group of utmost experts who made an imitation of the outer realm space. Killing people in the outer realm can also get something similar to the rules of reward. However, it's not limited to the rules of reward. It's also possible to get some treasures. Treasures like the divine corporeal spring. Back then, the drop of divine corporeal spring that eldest senior sister obtained was a reward for killing a higher ultimate god from other realms. Lang Chunwan continued. After telling Duan Lingtian everything she knew, another, Lang Chunwan, suddenly jumped out of Lang Chunwan's body. This Lang Chunwan smiled at Duan Lingtian and then left. Little junior brother, my law clone will go to the chaos region in the profound Zen battlefield. If you have any questions, you can come directly to my original body. However, my understanding of the outer realm is limited to this. If you want to know more, you can go to old man Su Bailey. Lang Chunwan said to Duan Lingtian. Su Bailey was the current palace master of the Myriad Law Academy, a higher ultimate god expert. I originally planned to come back and learn more about the outer realm from the palace master. Duan Lingtian nodded. 4th senior sister, I'll leave now. After I learn more about the outer realm from the palace master, I'll leave the Myriad Law Academy again and go to the chaos region in the gods' judgment battlefield. Duan Lingtian was also preparing to leave. When Lang Chunwan heard Duan Lingtian's words, she smiled and said, Little junior brother, after 60 years, when all the chaos region gathers, I look forward to competing with you for the lower ultimate god ranking list. She was also a lower ultimate god. At that time, she would be on the same ranking list as Duan Lingtian. I'll definitely be ahead of you. Lang Chunwan said confidently. This was also her stubbornness. No matter what, the person in front of her was only her little junior brother. Even if she was only a law clone, she would not allow herself to be inferior to her little junior brother. Otherwise, how could he face others in the future? If 2nd senior brother and 3rd senior brother knew, would they not make fun of him? After Duan Lingtian left the Internal Palace's independent space, he went directly to the Myriad Law Academy's palace master, Su Bailey. This time it was not the first time Duan Lingtian had met Su Bailey. He had met Su Bailey before, so they were quite familiar with each other. I've heard. Su Bailey sighed when he saw Duan Lingtian. Originally, when you entered the dimensional battlefield, I guessed that you would have an amazing performance. However, it seems that I underestimated you. He had also heard about Duan Lingtian's fame in the Chaos region in the God's Judgment battlefield. Even before that, the current patriarch of the Yun family, a giant ultimate god family in the world of divine remains, Yun Tingfeng, had personally paid him a visit and wanted to ask for a favor by killing Duan Lingtian. However, Su Bailey had rejected him. Palace Master, you're too kind. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian said humbly. Lucky? Su Bailey shook his head. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that you defeated and almost killed the Land of Sanctions Ning family's genius, Ning Yishuan, is enough to make you famous in the various planes. You'll become the strongest person among the younger generation in the godly defying world. In the past, this honor belonged to Ning Yishuan. Although Duan Lingtian already knew that Ning Yishuan was famous, he was still surprised when he heard Su Bailey's words. He did not expect Ning Yishuan to be so famous that even the Myriad Law Academy's palace master praised him so much. I heard that the Ning family supreme expert personally saved Ning Yishuan and suffered a heavy punishment because of it. Su Bailey paused. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, you don't have to worry. That supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan isn't a petty person. He was the one who broke the rules this time, so he won't target you. In fact, what Su Bailey said was what Duan Lingtian had been worried about. After all, he had caused the supreme expert to suffer a great loss. Not only did he give him 2 supreme divine artifact embryos, but he also suffered a heavy punishment. Perhaps the supreme expert hated him. It was not a good thing to be hated by a supreme expert. It would be easy for the supreme expert to kill him. However, now that he heard Su Bailey's words, he was relieved. Since the supreme expert was not a petty person, he should not hold a grudge against him. Also, before Duan Lingtian could ask Su Bailey about the extraterrestrial lands, Su Bailey spoke first. Do you have a grudge against the Yun family, a giant ultimate god family in the divine offering land? Su Bailey's question stunned Duan Lingtian. After a moment, he came back to his senses and vaguely guessed something. Palace Master, did someone from the Yun family come? Previously, near the Yun family's residence in the divine offering land, he had almost killed the Yun family's young master, Yun Qingyan. At the critical moment, Yun Qingyan had used the means left behind by his father, the Yun family's patriarch, to escape death by a fluke. At that time, the Yun family's patriarch had personally rushed over. He had almost been left behind by the other party. After that, he knew that he would inevitably become a thorn in the side of the Yun family. However, he did not expect the Yun family to send someone to the Xiangang land and find the Myriad Law Academy. Chapter 42-92. Yes. Su Bailey nodded. Not only did someone come to the Yun family, but it was the current patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng. Duan Lingtian was surprised to hear Su Bailey's words. He did not expect the patriarch of the Yun family to come personally. At the same time, he was curious. Why did Yun Tingfeng come to Myriad Law Academy? Did he want Myriad Law Academy to hand him over? He came because he wanted me and Myriad Law Academy to give up on you and expel you. Su Bailey smiled faintly. Although Myriad Law Academy is not a giant, godly, venerable rank force and does not have a supreme expert backing it, there are a few supreme experts who are somewhat related to Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, even those giant, godly, venerable rank forces do not dare to offend Myriad Law Academy. As a genius student of Myriad Law Academy, you will naturally be valued by Myriad Law Academy. If he kills you openly, it will be tantamount to making an enemy of Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, he wants to get rid of some future troubles. Su Baili said. I see. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. He looked at Su Baili and said solemnly, Thank you, Palace Master. Evidently, from what the Palace Master had said, he had strongly rejected Yun Tingfeng. Perhaps Yun Tingfeng had once promised the Palace Master some benefits in this matter, but the Palace Master still refused. To him, this could be considered to be a favor. There's no need to thank me. Su Baili shook his head. There's no need to feel that you owe me a favor. What I did was nothing more than what I should have done. If I truly expel you from the 10,000 Law Academy because of that Yun Tingfeng, then perhaps the 10,000 Law Academy will also be completely separated from the 10,000 Law Academy. This time, Su Baili's expression was solemn when he mentioned the internal palace branch. Perhaps in your eyes, the internal palace branch has a place in Myriad Law Academy, but it is in a semi-transparent state. However, in reality, the internal palace branch is the guardian of Myriad Law Academy. In the history of 10,000 Arts Academy's existence, the branch of the inner palace has contributed to 10,000 Arts Academy many times. Among the few Supreme Masters who are currently involved with 10,000 Arts Academy, 2 of them died. It is because of the branch of the inner palace that they are involved with 10,000 Arts Academy. At this point, Su Baili paused for a moment before continuing. Duan Lingtian, as time goes on, you will naturally understand more about your inner palace. Even if you people from the inner palace want to leave, it's more than enough for you to establish your own ultimate God faction. Your innate talent is monstrous and unparalleled. Even your 4th senior sister and 3rd senior brother are rare, monstrous geniuses. At the very least, in the current generation of Myriad Law Palace, you won't be able to find anyone who is around the same age as them, let alone find someone who can surpass them. Although your 2nd senior brother's cultivation talent is slightly inferior to your 3rd senior brother and 4th senior sister's, he is still a genius. His comprehension of the laws is not inferior to your 3rd senior brother and 4th senior sister's. As for your eldest senior sister, that goes without saying. If I were to go up against her now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. Su Baili laughed self-deprecatingly at the end of his sentence. If we were to talk about seniority, that girl would have to address me as senior granduncle. Duan Lingtian did not think much of Su Baili's words because he also knew that his 2nd senior brother, 3rd senior brother, and 4th senior sister were extraordinary. If they were not monstrous geniuses from the lower dimensions, they would not have been accepted into the branch of the inner palace. It was the same for him as well. If he had not displayed sufficient talent and comprehension, his 3rd senior brother, Yan Yuchen, would not have personally left 10,000 Arts Academy to ask him to join the 10,000 Arts Academy's inner palace. However, when he heard the Palace Master of 10,000 Arts Academy mention his eldest senior sister, he was shocked. Although he knew his eldest senior sister was a high-level ultimate god, he thought she was just an ordinary high-level ultimate god. However, from what the Palace Master of 10,000 Arts Academy said, his eldest senior sister was very powerful even among high-level ultimate gods. He had heard from his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, that the Palace Master of 10,000 Arts Academy in front of him was definitely not a weakling among high-level ultimate gods, even though he was not as powerful as the leaders of those giant ultimate gods' forces. Such an existence actually said that he could not last more than 3 moves against his eldest senior sister? Eldest senior sister is that powerful. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt as if he had inexplicably gained a powerful backer. Although he had never seen his eldest senior sister, according to his 3rd senior brother and 4th senior sister, his eldest senior sister was very protective. As her youngest junior brother, how could his eldest senior sister not protect him? Palace Master. Duan Lingtian asked curiously, since you said my eldest senior sister is that powerful, how does she compare to the Yun family head, Yin Tingfeng? The Yun family head was undoubtedly a very powerful existence. Even among high-level ultimate gods, he was a top existence. Back then, if the Yun family head had arrived earlier, he would not have been able to escape alive. That's hard to say. Su Baili also shook his head in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Even if I encounter the Yun family head, Yun Tingfeng, I'm not confident that I can last more than 3 moves. I can only say that if your eldest senior sister has improved over the years, she should not be afraid of the Yun family head, Yun Tingfeng. Su Baili's words were undoubtedly the greatest acknowledgement of Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister, whom he had never met. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, shocked by Su Baili's answer as well. Who was Yun Tingfeng? He was the Yun family head, a giant ultimate god family in the world of divine remains. He was the strongest existence in the Yun family apart from the supreme ancestor. He was definitely in the top echelon among high-level ultimate gods. His eldest senior sister was actually not weaker than him? Now, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood why Su Baili had said that even if the internal palace branch became independent, it would be more than enough to become a heavyweight ultimate god force. With his eldest senior sister, the combat power of the internal palace branch would not be inferior to any heavyweight ultimate god forces in the various planes of gods. Palace Master, I heard that my eldest senior sister is currently in the extraterrestrial land. Duan Lingtian thought of the purpose of his visit to Su Baili and asked, "Can you tell me more about the extraterrestrial land? Although my 4th senior sister knows a little about it, she doesn't know much." Su Baili shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. "Actually, you don't need to know about this for now. Even if you're a lower ultimate god, you're still too far away from that place. Usually, only high-level ultimate gods go to that place. Anyone below the upper ultimate god level, unless they're powerful enough to be comparable to a high-level ultimate god, would only be courting death if they went there," Su Baili said. However, seeing Duan Lingtian's curiosity and eagerness, Su Baili continued, "If you're really curious, I can tell you in advance. I just hope that it won't have a negative impact on you. Of course, this could also be a motivation for you to move forward and let you know how high the real heaven is. The heaven of this world is not limited to the reverse god realm," Su Baili said. Then, Su Baili began to tell him everything he knew about the extraterrestrial land. The extraterrestrial land is the place where the passageways of the 10,000 realms converge. Over there, as long as you're strong enough, you can travel to the extraterrestrial land. The reverse god realm is just one of the realms, Su Baili said. Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked when he heard this. He asked in surprise, "The reverse god realm is just one of the 10,000 realms." "About 10,000 realms," Su Baili said. "No one can say in detail the number of realms. However, there are more than 10,000 realms that are known and have been discovered. Of course, although there are 10,000 realms, most of them are very weak, and they are all subsidiary realms of the strong realms. For example, our reverse god realm has more than 10 weak realms as our subsidiary realms. Among the 10,000 realms, although our reverse god realm is not the strongest group of realms, we're still considered to have some strength. Among the 10,000 realms, there are 3 major realms that are the most powerful. There are hundreds of subsidiary realms under each of the 3 major realms. Below them are the 18 realms, including our reverse god realm. Below them, they are basically weak realms, and the number of supreme experts among them is not more than 10. The number of supreme experts is not more than 10, which is generally the sign of a weak realm. Of course, there are also other reasons, and that is the supreme experts among them are strong enough. For example, among the other 17 realms that are as famous as our reverse god realm, there's a realm that has an extremely powerful supreme expert. His strength is so strong that he is not inferior to the strongest existence in the 3 major realms. And because of his existence, although there are only a few supreme experts in the realm he is in, the realm he is in is still considered a strong realm. The land outside the realm, as the intersection of the outside world, is also a very magical place. Inside, it is full of all kinds of rewards. As long as you are strong enough, you can get a lot of benefits there. The plain battlefield of our reverse God realm, as well as the divine trial grounds that you have been to before, are actually created by the supreme experts of our reverse God realm by imitating the land outside the realm. As for the rules and rewards inside, they are not the strength of the supreme experts themselves. They all come from the dozens of subsidiary realms under our reverse God realm, and from the power of those subsidiary realms. When the power of the realm is absorbed to a certain extent, it will also collapse and be destroyed, and all the creatures inside will be annihilated. Only the supreme experts can survive. This is also the sorrow of a weak realm. We should all be glad that we are not people of a weak realm. Otherwise, even if we can live for a long time, unless we become a supreme expert or have a relationship with a supreme expert and can make the supreme expert willing to take us away before the realm is destroyed, otherwise it will be difficult to escape death. With Su Bailey's words, Duan Lingtian also had a deeper understanding of the land outside the realm. In the land outside the realm, 10,000 realms gathered. Among the 10,000 realms, there were 3 most powerful realms. The reverse God realm was not one of them. The reverse God realm was one of the 18 most powerful realms below the 3 great realms. Below them were the weak realms with no more than 10 supreme experts. Chapter 40, 293. Palace Master. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask Su Bailey. Earlier, I heard you say that among the 10,000 realms, apart from the 3 great realms, the strongest ones are the 18 realms, including our reverse God realm. 18 realms! Duan Lingtian was very sensitive to the number 18 because there were 18 realms of gods in the reverse divine realm and 81 Devata realms. Was all of this just a coincidence? There are 18 realms of gods in our reverse divine realm. According to rumors, there have always been 18 realms of gods. Does it have anything to do with the 18 second-tier realms, including our reverse divine realm? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought he might have been overthinking. However, he did not expect Su Bailey to confirm that his thoughts were just wishful thinking. In the Outer Land, although the 18 realms are all second-tier realms, they have to work together to contend with the 3 strongest realms. The 18 domains are in a cooperative relationship. Many years ago, they used the power of the domains to form a formation to defend the 18 domains and resist the possible invasion of the other 3 domains. The 18 realms of gods in our reverse divine realm have also formed a formation similar to the realm-crossing Grand Formation. In other words, it's an imitation of the Grand Formation to defend the reverse divine realm. Duan Lingtian frowned. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Su Bailey's words. Palace Master, according to what you said, the 18 realms, including the reverse God realm, are in a cooperative relationship. Moreover, the realm energy between each other has formed a defensive Grand Formation. In that case, the safety of the reverse divine realm is very important. Why do we need another layer of protection in our own home? The other 17 realms won't just stand by and watch the reverse divine realm be destroyed by the 3 great realms, right? Duan Lingtian paused for a moment as though he had thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be, Duan Lingtian looked at Su Bailey and asked in a low voice, could it be that there are also conflicts between the 18 domains? Su Bailey looked at Duan Lingtian approvingly and nodded. That's right, there are also battles between the 18 domains. Of course, we won't go too far. As for what you're fighting for when you become stronger, step into the realm of Upper Ultimate God. Enter the Outer Realm and understand or become an ultimate expert and become one of the guardians of the God-defying realm. You'll naturally understand. There are some things that you may not understand even if I tell you now. After all, You've just entered the ultimate God realm. You still don't know or understand some of the higher-level things. Su Baili said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was naturally enlightened. He was no longer curious about this because everything was similar to what he had guessed. There were indeed battles in the 18 domains. However, this battle should not affect their joint defense against the possible invasion of the 3 great domains. It was normal. In his previous life on Earth, there was another saying, where there were people, there would be conflicts. Usually, people would fight with each other. However, when both sides were in danger and had a common enemy, it was normal for people to put aside their personal grudges and work together to defend against the enemy. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian asked further about the Devata realms. After listening to Su Baili's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned that the 81 Devata realms had nothing to do with the 18 realms of gods. In the beginning, there were not 81 Devata realms. Later on, there were only 81 Devata realms. In the past, there were more than 100 Devata realms. The Devata realms are not created by humans, including the mundane realms. They're naturally formed in the God-defying realm. After the living beings are born in them, they continue to grow and transform. In fact, some of the Devata realms used to be mundane realms many years ago. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard about this. However, he did not think it was impossible. In short, Su Baili said with a smile, what you can do now is to make a name for yourself in the Chaos territory. It's best if you can become the first on the lesser ultimate gods list in the upgraded version of the Chaos territory 60 years later. At that time, you'll appear in front of many supreme powerhouses. Who knows, maybe some supreme powerhouse will come up with the idea of forming a good relationship with you. Before you become stronger, it's very important for you to be taken care of by a supreme powerhouse. Upon hearing Su Baili's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something. Previously, when he was in the single-person secret realm in the divine judgment battlefield, he had encountered Ning Yishuan, the genius from the Ning clan in the Land of Sanctions. At that time, he had almost killed Ning Yishuan. It was the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan who had intervened and saved him. After that, the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan had given him 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons as compensation. At the same time, the person who had given him the embryos of supreme divine weapons had also given him 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons. Moreover, there was another supreme powerhouse whom he had never met or heard of who had also given him 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons. Moreover, they were sword-shaped embryos. At that time, he had realized that they were also 2 supreme powerhouses. Those 2 supreme powerhouses were planning to give me the embryos of supreme divine weapons as a gift to form a good relationship with me. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Previously, he had been puzzled. Were all supreme powerhouses so generous? Now, it seemed that this was not necessarily the case. They must have seen great potential in him and had taken out 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons as an investment for him. At the very least, if he became stronger and the 2 supreme powerhouses were unfamiliar with the situation, his attitude would definitely be different if they were in front of him. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Although he was not young now, more than 900 years old. Compared to the age of those supreme powerhouses, he was not even a fraction of their age. Palace Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Now he had understood what he wanted to know. Duan Lingtian was preparing to return to the Chaos region in the battlefield of the gods' Inquisition. He would continue to look for his wife, Kerr, his mother-in-law, and his sister-in-law while improving himself. Let me give you a ride. Su Baili smiled and said, although there may not be anyone guarding outside, I'll give you a ride so you can be more careful. Thank you, Palace Master. Duan Lingtian thanked him repeatedly. He still trusted this Palace Master. To put it bluntly, if even this person wanted to harm him, he would have been captured and killed as soon as he entered the Wanda Law Palace. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian and Su Baili walked together and entered the battlefield of the Dark Zen. Then, they entered the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition. After entering the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition, Su Baili was ready to leave. Although you've been amazingly talented along the way and have been able to turn danger into safety every time, I still have to remind you that you still have to be more careful. In the history of the God-defying world, although I've never heard of such a talented person like you, the God-defying world has a long history. There may have been someone like you, or even someone more talented than you. Although I don't know if such a person has grown up successfully. What I know is that even such a person has the risk of dying halfway, and once he dies, everything will be for naught. No matter how talented he is, he will be forgotten by people with the passage of time. Speaking of this, Su Baili's serious face relaxed slightly. So you have to be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Palace Master. I'll be careful. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. In fact, if it were not for Ning Yishuan's help last time, he would have died. Since then, he had become even more careful. He also knew that even if his journey had been smooth sailing and he had been able to turn danger into safety many times, once he fell, he would really fall. Go, Su Baili said as he tore open the space and left. At the same time, a blade-shaped metal embryo appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It exuded a chilling aura that was breathtaking. This is... Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. When he looked at Su Baili again, he saw that Su Baili had already disappeared. The embryo of a supreme divine weapon, Duan Lingtian sighed. This embryo of a supreme divine weapon must be something very precious even to the Palace Master. It might be the only one he had. However, he had given it to him. Not everyone, even a high-level ultimate god, had the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. Of course, the high-level ultimate gods who stood at the top of the pyramid of high-level ultimate gods would have many embryos of supreme divine weapons in their hands. They might even have a complete supreme divine weapon. However, the Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy should only be an ordinary high-level ultimate god. After all, the Palace Master had told Duan Lingtian that he would not be able to last more than 3 moves in front of his eldest senior sister, Yun Tingfeng, the head of the Yun family. I owe him another favor. Duan Lingtian shook his head, but still put away the blade-shaped embryo of a supreme divine weapon in front of him. This was something he urgently needed. After all, he had already collected 7 embryos and integrated them into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Now there was another one. There were a total of 8. 2 more. As long as the 7 orifices exquisite sword is given enough time, it can directly transform into a supreme divine weapon. If I have a supreme divine weapon, my strength will rise to another level. Even if I have a supreme divine weapon now, even if I'm a top mid-level ultimate god, as long as my opponent doesn't have a supreme divine weapon, I might be able to match him. Perhaps I might be able to defeat him. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with desire. Let's go to the Chaos Territory. After confirming that he was in the outer area of the battlefield of the Gods' Adjudication, Duan Lingtian found a military camp nearby and made a trip to the Divine Offering Land before re-entering the inner area and entering the Chaos Territory. As soon as he entered the Chaos Territory, he passed by a canyon and was suddenly enveloped by energy that swept over Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was speechless. He had just arrived, but he was about to be swept into a secret territory and become a gatekeeper? Was he not too unlucky? The challenger is definitely not from the world of divine remains. I wonder if he's from the land of sanctions or the other 4 realms of gods. Chapter 40, 294. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the situation he was facing now because he had experienced it before. Back then, he had been drawn into a secret realm. The challengers were from the land of sanctions. They were confident they could defeat all the challengers, including him. At that time, the people from the world of divine remains who were trying to break through with him had already lost all hope. He was the one who killed the people from the land of sanctions and forced them to retreat. Then he was transported out of the secret realm with the people from the land of divine offering, saving them from death. This time, he was drawn into a secret realm again. However, he did not know which realm of gods the secret realm belonged to. The only thing he was certain of was that it was definitely not a secret realm from the divine offering land. This was because he had entered the realm of chaos with the identity of someone from the world of divine offering. This time, the challengers who were drawn into the secret realm with him were definitely from the land of divine offering. As for the challengers, they were definitely not from the land of divine offering. If the land of chaos had not opened, the challengers would definitely be from the land of sanctions. However, now that the land of chaos had opened and 4 realms of gods had joined, there were 5 possible challengers. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark and bright before he discovered he was above an icy plain. A gust of cold air swept toward him, but it was blocked by the divine energy on his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw 6 people appearing next to him one after another. The 6 of them did not look too good at this moment. How unlucky! I can't believe I was sent here to guard the secret realm. One of the middle-aged men cursed. It's meaningless to talk about this now. Another old man shook his head. The most important thing now is for us to join forces and fight the challengers in front of us. As long as we defeat them, we'll be able to leave this secret realm safely. That's right. What we need to do now is not to complain, but to join forces and leave this place alive. Another middle-aged man said, hitting the nail on the head. The other 3 nodded as well. Their expressions were solemn as well. Duan Lingtian did not speak. He was looking at the other side of the icy plain. Over there were 7 people looking straight at them. When the 7 people saw them, 6 of them were still fine and they still had calm smiles on their faces, but the last person's expression instantly changed and his face turned extremely ugly. Young Master Hong. Soon, one of the other 6 noticed the ugly expression on this person's face. He was very puzzled. This person was the descendant of a supreme expert. Furthermore, he was the grandson that the supreme expert doted on. Normally, he was aloof and insufferably arrogant. Even when he was challenging the trials and facing any of the trials, he was always calm and collected. But now his expression suddenly changed. According to the difficulty of the previous checkpoint, the difficulty of this checkpoint shouldn't be too high, right? At this moment, the other 5 people's gazes simultaneously landed on the middle-aged man whose expression suddenly changed. Each of them had a puzzled look on their faces. Young Master Hong, could it be that there's a tough one among these people? Young Master Hong, is your enemy here? If he's your enemy, we'll join hands and kill him first. Master Hong! At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Although he was not the strongest among the group of challengers in the land of cloud and water, he could be ranked in the middle. In addition, he was the descendant of a supreme expert and even the grandson of a supreme expert. Therefore, everyone was very polite to him. They kept calling him Young Master Hong. What a coincidence! Duan Lingtian smiled. He did not expect to meet this person in such a small world. Hong Zhongyi. In the past, it was this person who led a dozen middle-level ultimate gods to besiege him and almost killed him. It was Ning Yishuan's timely appearance that saved him. He did not expect to meet this person here. This was interesting. At this moment, the people around Duan Lingtian in the land of divine remains also noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. For a moment, they could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the focus of the group of gatekeepers' attention. He's Duan Lingtian from the Myriad Art Academy in the land of Xiangang. At this moment, even Han Zhongyi had to inform the people around him about the identity of the purple-clothed young man. He was the target that the group of descendants of supreme experts, including himself, wanted to kill even in their dreams. Firstly, it was because they had a direct interest in him. Secondly, they were jealous of Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension. Why? As the descendants of supreme experts, how could they not be compared to a country bumpkin from a lower secondary plane? When the 6 people around Hong Zhangyi heard Hong Zhangyi's words, their originally puzzled expressions and indifferent gazes disappeared and were replaced with astonishment. Duan Lingtian? He's the monster from the Myriad Art Academy in the land of Xiangang? He just entered the ultimate god realm, but he's already able to fight against the best middle-level ultimate gods. It's him. The 6 people's expressions changed when they came to their senses. Their expressions were even worse than Hong Zhangyi's. Let's go. After the 6 of them looked at each other, they also noticed that a door shadow had appeared above Hong Zhangyi's head. He had chosen to leave the secret realm instead of continuing to break through. Seeing Hong Zhangyi's reaction, the 6 of them naturally did not have any hesitation. A door appeared above their heads. In the next moment, when 7 doors appeared, the 7 figures, including Hong Zhangyi, disappeared almost at the same time, leaving only the sound of a biting cold wind. At the same time, the 6 people around Duan Lingtian had a stunned expression on their faces. What's going on? Hong Zhangyi and the others were too far away after all. In addition, they did not use their divine sense to probe, so they had no idea what Hong Zhangyi and the others were talking about. The only thing they knew was that the purple-clothed young man beside them had something to do with the departure of the 7 gatekeepers in front of them. Could this purple-clothed young man be some kind of extraordinary person? Suddenly, an old man seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened rapidly. Could he be the monster Duan Lingtian from the Shengang land? I heard. Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield of God's judgment as a person from the world of divine offering. Also, Duan Lingtian looks like a young man wearing a purple robe with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Everything matches. As the old man spoke, the others looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of astonishment. Could he really be Duan Lingtian? Why don't we ask him? The 6 of them hesitated. They wanted to ask Duan Lingtian, but no one dared to speak first. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who smiled faintly. Yes, I am Duan Lingtian. The moment he saw Hong Zhangyi, Duan Lingtian had guessed the outcome. Although he had the chance to teleport closer and kill Hong Zhangyi at that moment. However, unless he killed everyone here, the news of Hong Zhangyi being killed by him would definitely spread. It might even reach the ears of Hong Zhangyi's omnipotent grandfather. As for the failure to kill Hong Zhangyi and his grandfather's projection appearing, Duan Lingtian was not worried about that. The possibility of that happening was close to 0. The projection jade slip of an omnipotent's true body was a rare item. Even an omnipotent would have to expend a lot of effort to condense it. Hong Zhangyi was indeed the grandson of an omnipotent. However, as far as he knew, that omnipotent had many grandchildren. Hong Zhangyi was just one of them that he doted on more. Such an omnipotent's descendant was actually not worthy of an omnipotent's true body projection jade slip. The true body projection jade slip was usually given to the most talented descendants of the omnipotent. It might even be the disciple of the omnipotent. Those people were irreplaceable. At least in the eyes of the omnipotent, they were irreplaceable. Take Ning Yishuan, for example. Ning Yishuan, as far as he knew, was not actually a direct descendant of the omnipotent of the Ning clan. However, because of Ning Yishuan's outstanding talent, he was valued by the omnipotent since young. Therefore, in the eyes of the omnipotent, Ning Yishuan's status was even higher than his own descendants. His descendants, as long as they were omnipotent experts who had not severed their emotions and desires, had lived for so many years. For example, the omnipotent expert of the Ning clan had more than 100 children. Grandsons, granddaughters, maternal grandsons, maternal granddaughters. There were even more than 1,000 of them. As for an outstanding Ning clan descendant like Ning Yishuan, he was the only one in the current generation of the Ning clan. What a pity! I actually met him in the secret realm. Duan Lingtian felt that it was a pity. If he had met him outside, he could have killed him directly. Then, even if the omnipotent experts knew that he was dead, they would not be able to trace it back to him. There was no way to send messages in the dimensional battlefield. Moreover, outside of the secret realm, even the omnipotent experts who were monitoring the dimensional battlefield could not keep an eye on every corner of the dimensional battlefield. They would not pay much attention to the death of a lower ultimate god. This was what Duan Lingtian had learned before. Of course, if he killed Hong Zhangyi in front of a group of people in the secret realm, the news would spread. Even if the omnipotent expert did not openly deal with him or was open-minded enough to not deal with him, it was inevitable that the omnipotent expert's subordinates would make a fuss about it. In his opinion, it was better to avoid this kind of thing as much as possible. He had just entered the lower ultimate god realm. As long as one or two stronger upper ultimate gods came, it would be difficult for him to escape, even if he wanted to. Everything was for survival. Although Duan Lingtian could not wait to kill Hong Zhangyi to avenge the past, he forced himself to endure. It's really you. You're really Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're too strong. Those people did not even have the courage to attack after recognizing you and left immediately. Duan Lingtian, it's all thanks to you that we were able to pass this time. Thank you. After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, the people from the world of divine remains were shocked and thanked Duan Lingtian one after another. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was sent out of the secret realm as the others thanked him. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered he had appeared in a valley. With just a glance, he saw a person who was bombarding the cliff at the side of the valley. It was as though he was trying to create a shelter for himself. Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance also alarmed the other party. After seeing Duan Lingtian, the other party's face instantly turned pale. No, impossible. How is this possible? What a coincidence! Duan Lingtian was also shocked at this moment. Was this not too much of a coincidence? Or was Hong Zhangyi unlucky? After he was teleported out, he actually appeared at the place where Hong Zhangyi was. Was this not too much of a coincidence? Chapter 4295. Duan Lingtian and Hong Zhangyi looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. However, a moment later, a cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes, while deep in Hong Zhangyi's eyes, there was fear that came from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Hong Zhangyi was no longer as arrogant as when he first met Duan Lingtian. He was no longer as arrogant in front of Duan Lingtian. At that time, he had more than a dozen medium ultimate gods with him. His strength could completely crush Duan Lingtian, and he had the confidence to be arrogant. However, he was alone now. Not to mention that he was alone. For example, in the secret realm earlier, even if he had a few helpers, he did not think they would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian if they joined forces. Duan Lingtian! Seeing Duan Lingtian walking toward him, Hong Zhangyi's expression turned ugly. However, he forced a smile on his face. I don't have any personal grudges with you. The reason I brought people to look for you last time was purely because of my brother's instigation. He's my grandfather's disciple and is expected to be in the top 3 of the Chaos Region's upgraded lower ultimate gods list 60 years later. He asked me to help him deal with you so that he can be in the top 3. Hong Zhangyi could feel the coldness and murderous intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He was already trying his best to survive. As for the brother he mentioned, it was completely fabricated. He did it so that Duan Lingtian would not vent all of his anger on him. Do you think I'll believe you? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Although he felt that it was a coincidence to meet Hong Zhangyi again, he did not plan to let him go. If he missed such a good opportunity, he might not get another one like this in the future. Even if it was not a coincidence and was arranged by someone, he was not afraid. The person who arranged this was most likely an ultimate expert. If it was really arranged by an ultimate expert, The other party must not be on good terms with the ultimate expert behind Hong Zhengyi. Otherwise, he would not have set up Hong Zhengyi, an ultimate expert's descendant. If the other party could do such a thing, he was not worried that the other party would complain to the ultimate expert behind Hong Zhengyi. Of course, it could also be a coincidence. Duan Lingtian. Hong Zhengyi's expression changed again when he saw Duan Lingtian was ignoring him even though he tried to be soft. He said in a deep voice, "Duan Lingtian, if you dare to kill me, my grandfather won't let you go. My grandfather is a supreme expert. If he wanted to kill you, it would be easier than crushing an ant." This time, Hong Zhengyi was going to be tough. Using both soft and hard methods was all for the sake of survival. However, Duan Lingtian merely smiled in the face of Hong Zhengyi, who had become unyielding. "Hong Zhengyi, if I kill you, do you think your supreme powerhouse grandfather will know that I'm the one who killed you?" Lingtian Lingtian's I. S Lingtian Lingtian's, if's Lingtian Lingtian's Lingtian's, Lingtian Lingtian Lingtian. He Lingtian show about it? If he doesn't make a move, there's no need to worry about violating the rules of the planar battlefield and the chaos region. If his true body projection appears, I will give him face. Duan Lingtian continued. The smile on his face? His smile grew brighter and brighter. He was certain that Hong Zhengyi did not have his grandfather's projection jade slip. "You!" Hong Zhengyi's expression changed again. Moreover, her face was slightly flushed, as if she had become somewhat embarrassed and resentful at this moment. Although he was the descendant of a supreme expert and his own grandson, and his grandfather doted on him a lot, something like a projection jade slip. However, it was not his turn yet. Even a few years ago, he took the initiative to ask for it from his grandfather and was reprimanded by his grandfather. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Hong Zhengyi could not find the dark place above the void. An elderly figure was faintly discernible. "Isn't it inappropriate for us to do this, even though I helped him take revenge? If old Hong finds out, I'm afraid he won't let this go." The elderly figure was, shockingly, an old man. If Duan Lingtian heard his voice, it would be easy for him to recognize that he had heard this voice before. Moreover, he would be able to recognize that this was the voice of the person who had given him 6 embryos of supreme artifacts. Back then, the embryos of supreme artifacts given to him by the supreme expert of the Ning clan had also been given by the other party. Although the other party had not appeared, his voice had entered Duan Lingtian's ears, leaving a deep impression on Duan Lingtian, because that was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard the supreme expert's voice. Therefore, Duan Lingtian still remembered it clearly. Of course, now that the old man was speaking, Duan Lingtian could not hear his voice. Therefore, there was no way he could remember or recognize the old man. At this moment, beside the old man stood a young man. His figure was elegant and carefree. So what if he knows? Is he a match for me? His calm words were filled with confidence. Hearing this, the old man could not help but smile bitterly. We're all on the same side. If possible, it's better to avoid conflict. This time, as long as you don't take the initiative to mention it, he won't know. As he spoke, it was obvious that he was leaving. It depends on my mood, the young man said indifferently. The old man shook his head, looking a little helpless. Then he said, "Last time, I felt that you were just on a whim and threw him 2 embryos of supreme artifacts. This time, why did you specially take revenge for him? You left some time ago. It seems like you went to find your father's successor?" The old man asked curiously, "Did you find him?" Hearing this, the young man's eyes flashed, and then he nodded. "I found him. He's not bad. His attainments in the sword Tao are not much weaker than my father's at his peak. He's even stronger than me. As long as he successfully grows into a supreme expert, the Sword of Time will reappear in the God-defying realm and the land beyond. The Sword of Time." Hearing these 3 words, even the old man's face could not help but turn solemn. That was a legend of the God-defying realm. It was a pity that he died later. Although he died, he also fought to the death of several powerful supreme experts who invaded the God-defying realm. In that battle, the God-defying realm won a great victory. The supreme expert, known as the Sword of Time, was also the father of the person next to him. He was proficient in the law of time and was known as the #1 sword cultivator in the God-defying realm. Suddenly, the old man seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils shrank sharply. This Duan Lingtian, could it be that he has something to do with your father's successor? At this moment, the old man suddenly remembered that even the purple-clothed young man in front of him had very high attainments in the sword Tao. You old man, you're not following me, are you? The young man looked at the old man, and his eyes narrowed slightly. When the old man heard this, his eyes shone brightly. Is there really a relationship? As soon as he finished speaking, he said again, If I really followed you, wouldn't you find out? Hurry up and tell me, what's the relationship between this Duan Lingtian and your father's successor? The old man asked curiously. When the young man heard this, he glanced at the old man indifferently, after which his gaze landed on the purple figure below. He said in a calm tone, This little fellow is my junior brother's disciple. He also learned his sword Tao from my junior brother. Junior brother. In the young man's eyes, the person who had obtained his father's inheritance was naturally his junior brother. What? This time the old man was shocked. He's your junior brother's disciple? In addition to being surprised, he suddenly understood. No wonder you suddenly intervened in this matter, and even sent old Hong's grandson to his sword. It turns out that he's your junior nephew. That's right. Even Duan Lingtian himself did not know that he had inexplicably gained a supreme master's uncle master. If you give him such a chance, aren't you worried that he'll be afraid of old Hong behind Hongzhongi, so he won't dare to kill Hongzhongi? The old man asked. If that's the case, the young man smiled faintly, then let him be. I did give him a chance. It's up to him whether he grasps it or not. If he doesn't do it now, he'll definitely attract revenge in the future. At that time, even if I want to protect him, I can't always follow him to protect him. This God-defying realm is very big, and I'm not a guard who seems to have nothing to do. The young man said. However, I believe that he'll make a move. When the young man spoke again, he was obviously quite confident in Duan Lingtian. In the face of Hongzhongi, who used both the carrot and the stick, Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to him. It was so much so that when Hongzhongi tried to escape, he unhurriedly took action and directly imprisoned Hongzhongi. Only then did he kill Hongzhongi, as Hongzhongi begged bitterly. Of course, Hongzhongi was begging Duan Lingtian to spare his life. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to show mercy. Last time, he had almost died in Hongzhongi's hands. This time, he naturally would not miss the opportunity to take revenge. After killing Hongzhongi, although Duan Lingtian did not know if there was a supreme powerhouse helping him in the dark, he still walked one round in the air and cupped his hands slightly to salute Hongzhongi. After bowing to the 4 directions, he left. It seems that he's also guessed something. In the void, the old man said with a smile. He's not stupid. The young man smiled faintly. It's a coincidence that he could meet Hongzhongi in the secret realm. If it's a coincidence, then it's too much of a coincidence. Of course, it's not impossible. However, there's a high probability that such a coincidence will happen. Now, he's probably still not sure if all of this is a coincidence. He's just guessing that someone is secretly doing something. However, he's also lucky that the secret realm he was swept into happened to be in the area that you and I are in charge of. If it were in other areas, I wouldn't be able to help him even if I wanted to. As the young man spoke, the smile on his face grew wider. You rascal! When the old man saw this, he could not help but shake his head. Since 900 years ago, when I monitored the battlefield of the gods' judgment together with you, today is definitely the day you smile the most. How is it? All of a sudden, You have a junior brother and a junior nephew. Doesn't it feel good? You should know that before this, you were all alone. Chapter 4296. Old thing, I just realized that you're so talkative. The young man glanced at the old man and said. Hearing this, the old man didn't mind and chuckled. Isn't it because you're different from usual? How about it? Did you show yourself and meet with your junior brother? Facing the old man's question, the young man shook his head. I won't interfere with his path. Before he becomes an omnipotent, I don't plan to meet or acknowledge him. The young man said. Even so, the old man smiled faintly. But with your character, I'm afraid you can't ignore it, right? After all, he's your father's successor. Not everyone can get your father's favor. From what you said, his attainments in Sword Dao aren't inferior to yours. I think it's because of this that your father took a fancy to him. Or one of the ways to open the inheritance left by your father, the Sword of Time, is to comprehend Sword Dao to a certain level as a key. The old man said, Old thing, you know my father well. The young man looked at the old man deeply. My father didn't mention you to me when he was alive. The old man smiled slightly. When the Sword of Time dominated the God-defying world, I didn't have such an achievement. Although I'm not a sword cultivator, Senior Sword of Time is my idol. At this moment, the young man's gaze became even deeper. In other words, you're close to me because I'm my father's son. A little. The smile on the old man's face suddenly became a little awkward. Of course, there was one thing he didn't say. That was because one of the supreme experts who had invaded the world with the Sword of Time was the person who had killed his master. Since he was young, he had no parents and was raised by his master, groomed and acknowledged. Therefore, he viewed his master as his father, and the hatred of his master was no different from the hatred of his father. It was also because of this that he had always been very grateful to his master. Duan Lingtian naturally couldn't discover Hong Zhongyi, who was being watched by two omnipotent. Of course, Duan Lingtian also guessed that there might be an omnipotent hiding in the dark. Even the second time he met Hong Zhongyi was arranged by that omnipotent, because everything was too coincidental. However, even if he felt that there was a supreme expert here, he couldn't guess that the other party was intentionally helping him. He only thought that the other party had a grudge against Hong Zhongyi's grandfather. He wanted to use him to kill Hong Zhongyi. It was even more impossible for him to know about the supreme expert who had helped him. Furthermore, he was the son of the original owner of the omnipotent inheritance that his teacher, Feng Qingyang, had obtained. His master, Feng Qingyang, unbeknownst to him, he had become the junior brother of a supreme expert. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had become the junior nephew of a supreme powerhouse without him being aware of it. There are still 60 years left. I'll also accumulate some battle merits and open the secret realm. Open the secret realm? Obtain treasures inside. It's much easier than finding treasures in the chaos territory. Moreover, when a lower ultimate god opens the secret territory, the people inside are also lower ultimate gods. Their battle achievements are destined to be my wedding dress. This was also Duan Lingtian's greatest advantage. Not to mention others, just Ning Yishuan, who was recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation in the God-defying realm. Even if he entered the same secret realm as him, he was destined to be unable to compete with him. Of course, if Duan Lingtian met Ning Yishuan in the secret realm now, he would definitely not have a conflict with him. He would even give up any benefits to him. After all, Ning Yishuan had saved his life. No matter what reason Ning Yishuan had saved him, he had saved his life after all. And he wasn't someone who would repay kindness with ingratitude. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian wandered around the chaos territory. With the lesson of the past, he did not stay in one place and kept wandering around. Under such circumstances, Even if someone recognized him in the dark, he was not stopped by anyone. No matter where he went, there was no pattern to follow. How could anyone stop him? The Chaos Territory was neither big nor small. Unless everyone in the Chaos Territory was mobilized and searched for him after finding out where he had appeared not long ago, there might be a chance of finding him. However, was that possible? This was simply an unrealistic thing. In the next few years, Duan Lingtian wantonly collected battle merits. At the same time, 5 years later, he used half of his battle merits to open a multi-person secret realm. Of course, a multi-person secret realm was not something he could open whenever he wanted. For example, this time, Duan Lingtian chose a 10-person secret realm. This was already the limit of the number of people in the secret realm. If he wanted to open it successfully, another 10 people had to pay a similar amount of battle merits to open it successfully. Unless the 10 of them had discussed it beforehand, how could they possibly pay the same amount of battle merits? Once battle merits were paid, there was no way to return them. Let's wait. After spending his battle merits, Duan Lingtian knew that what followed next would be a long wait. When there were 10 people who paid a similar amount of battle merits, the 10-person secret realm would open. Of course, there was also a possibility that 7 or 8 people before him had paid a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. Therefore, he did not need to wait for long to open the secret realm successfully. Another possibility was that he was the first person who had paid a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. In that case, he would need to wait for the other 9 people to catch up to him. In that case, he would have to wait even longer. I'll continue collecting battle merits. After opening the secret realm, there was no need to wait in one place. This was because the entrance to the secret realm would appear next to the person who opened it. As long as one was still in the Chaos Territory, no matter where one went, the entrance would appear next to them. Of course, if one went to a crowded place, the entrance would appear in front of everyone. Of course, only one could enter the secret realm. No one else could enter. If this is the battlefield of the gods' adjudication, it would take at least a few decades or even a century to open the secret realm with so many battle merits. After all, there are only 2 people from the realms of gods in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication. Since there are 6 people from the realms of gods in the Chaos Territory, it would be much more efficient. Even if I'm the first one to open the secret realm, I should be able to open the 10-person secret realm after a few decades. Duan Lingtian could accept waiting for a few decades. Since he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian calmly waited for the 10-person secret realm to open. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that he was not the only one who had spent a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. Before him, there were 6 other people who had spent a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. He was the 7th person. Therefore, after waiting for 4 years, the space around him trembled and a spatial vortex appeared. It was like a deep spatial door that led to an unknown place. When the spatial door appeared beside Duan Lingtian, he met someone from the Cloudy Waterland. The Cloudy Waterland was the realm of gods where the descendant of the supreme expert he had killed, Hong Zhongyi, was from. Hong Zhongyi was a member of the Hong clan, an overlord ultimate god clan in the Cloudy Waterland. His grandfather was the only supreme expert in the Hong clan. Naturally, the people from the Cloudy Waterland that Duan Lingtian encountered were not from the Hong clan. It could not be so coincidental. The person from the Cloudy Waterland did not recognize Duan Lingtian. When he saw a new ultimate god green blocking his path and saw the spatial door appear beside him, he immediately sneered. "You want to stop me, play tricks on me, and then rush into the secret realm entrance so that I can't catch up? You're underestimating me." Just as Duan Lingtian was considering whether he should enter the secret realm directly or kill the lower ultimate god from the Cloudy Waterland before entering the secret realm, whoosh! Like a gust of wind, a figure appeared beside him out of thin air and blocked him from the entrance of the secret realm. It was none other than the lower ultimate god from the cloudy waterland whom he had just intercepted. A lower ultimate god who had already consolidated his cultivation base. The law he was proficient in was the same as Duan Lingtian, the law of space. At that moment, the person had used the space law's teleportation esoteric profundity to appear in front of Duan Lingtian and block his path to the entrance of the secret realm. Boy, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The lower ultimate god from the cloudy water land shouted coldly. He was a tall, middle-aged man with a ruthless face. A giant hammer appeared in his hand, and a giant soul appeared. The giant hammer carried an earth-shattering power and directly smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! The hammer smashed out and shook the void. If there were other people with low cultivation base present, their eardrums might have been shattered. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he subconsciously wanted to teleport away. However, the person had already shaken the void and cut off Duan Lingtian's teleportation path. Boy, when you appeared to intercept me, I already knew that you are proficient in the law of space. You want to teleport away? No way, the middle-aged man sneered. The power of the giant hammer in his hand surged and raged. A terrifying spatial storm condensed and pressed towards Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw this, his expression did not change. He gently shook his head and said, I was still considering whether to ignore you and enter the secret realm or kill you first before entering the secret realm. Now, it seems that there's no need to consider. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial storm appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. Tens of thousands of seven-colored sword rays surged out of his body and merged into a sword before it collided with the gigantic hammer that was crashing down. Whoosh! When the sword was drawn, the seven-colored sword rays illuminated the entire area. At the same time, a heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles appeared. Before this, the middle-aged man's attack did not even produce a heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles. Impossible. The middle-aged man who thought he could easily kill the purple-clad young man was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm had mastered the law of space that could illuminate millions of miles of heaven and earth vision? Was this a joke? Chapter 4297. And this is the sword principle. The middle-aged man from the land of cloud and water was horrified when he saw Duan Lingtian's spatial law illuminating millions of miles of heaven and earth vision. When he realized that his attack was extremely weak in front of Jian Wushuang and was suppressed by Jian Wushuang's sword in the blink of an eye, he realized the second thing that shocked him. Jian Wushuang not only mastered the spatial law illuminating millions of miles of heaven and earth, but he also mastered the sword principle, one of the four principles of heaven and earth. Even if Jian Wushuang only mastered the former, he was no match for Jian Wushuang, as the gap between their laws was too great. Even if his divine power was stronger, it would be useless. On top of that, the sword principle, he and Jian Wushuang were not on the same level. He was certain that even a medium ultimate god would not be a match for the man in front of him. Wait, a medium ultimate god. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the middle-aged man's mind. His pupils constricted as he asked in shock, You're Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. He remembered. In the chaos territory where he was from, there was a genius who had just entered the ultimate god realm who could kill a medium ultimate god like a dog. It was said that Jian Wushuang's strength was comparable to a top medium ultimate god. He did not think of that at first. Now that he remembered, he realized that he might have met the legendary Duan Lingtian. At that moment, the first thought that came to his mind was, if Jian Wushuang was really Duan Lingtian, then he was too unlucky. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said calmly. After crushing his opponent's power, the sword light continued to move forward and attacked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he hastily retreated. Currently, he could not use the teleportation profundity, so he could only retreat at the speed of the law of space. However, he could see Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer to him. Young Master Duan Lingtian, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope you can spare my life. The middle-aged man begged for mercy as he retreated. He knew that if Jian Wushuang did not let go of his desire to kill him, he would definitely die a moment later. I gave you a chance, Duan Lingtian said faintly, but you didn't cherish it. As soon as he finished speaking, the seven-colored sword light sped up even more. Just as the middle-aged man was about to speak again, it had already pierced into his body. Before that, it had forcefully destroyed the spatial power on the surface of his body. Before the middle-aged man died, other than despair, there was only regret in his eyes. Before he died, he only had one thought. Why did he want to throw his life away? After killing the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian casually put away the divine artifact, whose artifact soul had been annihilated. Then, in a flash, he entered the entrance of the secret land that had already been opened. Who would have thought that in just a few years, the 10-man secret realm would open? I wonder, who are the other 9 people? The only thing Duan Lingtian was certain of was that all 10 of them were either from the divine offering land or from 2 realms of gods. 5 from the divine offering land and 5 from the other realm of gods. This was also the rule of the Chaos Territory. The 10-man secret realm was the most populated secret realm. The challengers might not necessarily be from the same realm of gods. There could be 5 challengers from 2 realms of gods. If it was a secret realm with less than 10 people, such as a 9-man secret realm or an 8-man secret realm, the challengers would basically be from the same realm of gods. If one chose that kind of secret realm, the opening speed would be even slower. Therefore, Duan Lingtian chose the 10-man secret realm not only because of the possibility of obtaining more treasures, but also because the opening speed of the 10-man secret realm was faster in the Chaos Territory. Moreover, there were people from 6 realms of gods in the Chaos Territory who were competing with each other. The speed of obtaining battle merits here was also much faster than before the opening of the Chaos Territory. Those who chose to open the 10-man secret realm were basically those who were confident in themselves. This was especially true when they had to spend a lot of battle merits to open the 10-man secret realm. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 9 challengers were all top-tier lesser ultimate gods. They could even easily defeat those weaker medium ultimate gods who had yet to consolidate their cultivation base. However, they were destined to be disappointed when they entered the secret realm full of confidence. This was because the person who entered the secret realm with them was even more monstrous than them. Swoosh! After entering the secret realm entrance, Duan Lingtian only saw a flash of light and darkness. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast grassland. He squinted his eyes and looked around. Soon he saw 4 figures nearby. At this moment, the 4 figures were standing in the distance with their backs facing him. They were staring into the distance. Duan Lingtian flew up into the sky. At a glance, it was not difficult for him to see 5 figures hovering in the sky in the distance. They were looking at him from afar. It seems like the challengers this time are from 2 realms of gods, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. This 10-man secret realm was different from the 10-man secret realms where the challengers would kill each other. In the 10-man secret realms where the challengers would kill each other, there would be 20 challengers in the beginning. Then it would be 10 versus 10. However, Duan Lingtian only saw 9 challengers instead of 19 when he entered the secret realm. This meant the secret realm they had entered was not the kind of secret realm where the challengers would kill each other. The challengers had to overcome various obstacles in the secret realm to obtain the rewards. Of course, it would be difficult for 10 challengers from 2 different realms of gods to work together. First and foremost, it would be difficult for them to trust each other. Brother, come here. As soon as Duan Lingtian flew up into the sky, a middle-aged man among the 4 challengers turned to greet Duan Lingtian. The 4 of us are from the divine offering land like you. The other 5 challengers are from River Earl Land. River Earl Land. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had heard of this realm of gods. After all, there were a total of 6 realms of gods entering the Chaos Territory. Apart from the divine offering land and the sanctioned land, there were 4 other realms of gods. River Earl Land was one of the realms of gods. When Duan Lingtian saw a lesser ultimate god from the divine offering land greeting him warmly, he did not give the lesser ultimate god a cold shoulder. He stepped into the air and stood side by side with the lesser ultimate god in just a blink of an eye. Naturally, they kept a distance from each other. Even the other 4 challengers from the divine offering land kept a safe distance from each other. Although they came from the same realm of gods, they were not familiar with each other. Naturally, they did not trust each other completely. For this reason, they were not surprised by Duan Lingtian's vigilance. In fact, they thought it was normal. Perhaps if Duan Lingtian was not so vigilant, they might have thought there was something wrong with Duan Lingtian. What's the situation now? An old man asked. He had arrived before Duan Lingtian. When he arrived, the 3 challengers from the divine offering land were already confronting the 5 challengers from River Earl Land. We've just arrived as well. What's your plan now? Are you going to work with them, or are we going to go our own way and take what we want? The 4th challenger from the divine offering land was a plain-looking young man who was dressed plainly. He asked Duan Lingtian and the other 3 challengers about their plans. Duan Lingtian remained silent. There was no need for him to speak at all. In fact, it would not affect him much no matter what the 4 challengers decided to do. Naturally, if the 4 challengers were going to attack the 5 challengers from River Earl Land, he would definitely stop them. After all, the 5 challengers from River Earl Land were free labor to him. There were some obstacles in the secret zone that could be overcome by one person, but it would be more troublesome. Since there were people who were willing to work for him, why not? They're coming. Suddenly, the 5 challengers from River Earl Land flew toward Duan Lingtian and the other 4 challengers from the divine offering land. The 5 challengers looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 4 challengers from the divine offering land. Although Duan Lingtian was considered a celebrity in the Chaos Territory and the realms of gods, not many people had seen him before. Apart from him, the other 9 challengers had never seen him before. Otherwise, they would not have been able to remain so calm until now. Everyone, I think it's better for us to work together. The first few obstacles are easy, but the later ones are more difficult. If we encounter the gatekeepers from the same realms of gods later on, they'll easily defeat us one by one. An old man among the 5 challengers from River Earl Land said in a loud voice. Although he looked old, his voice was loud and clear. It was like rolling thunder that entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 challengers. Meanwhile, on Duan Lingtian's side, the other 4 people were communicating through voice transmission with Duan Lingtian. None of them had any objections to working together. Finally, when they asked Duan Lingtian for his opinion, Duan Lingtian also expressed that he had no objections. That was exactly what he wanted. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian and the other 4 challengers from River Earl Land decided to work together to challenge the secret realm. Duan Lingtian was the most taciturn among the 5 challengers from the divine offering land. The other 9 challengers did not think much of it and even thought Duan Lingtian was feeling inferior. After all, only one of them had just entered the ultimate god realm among the 10 of them. Of course, although Duan Lingtian had just entered the ultimate god realm, the fact that he could accumulate enough battle merits to open the secret realm meant that Duan Lingtian was not as weak as a lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm. Those weak lower ultimate gods might not be able to accumulate enough battle merits to open the secret realm, even if they spent thousands of years in the realm battlefield, or in a place like the Chaos Territory. Therefore, although the other 9 challengers were surprised that a lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm had sneaked into their group, none of them dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the others faced the first obstacle. After passing the first obstacle, the reward appeared. However, it was a reward that Duan Lingtian was not interested in at all. In the end, it was divided equally between 1 challenger from the Divine Offering Land and 1 challenger from River Earland. It was just enough for 2 people to share. However, Duan Lingtian did nothing at the second obstacle, while a few of the other 9 challengers took action and easily passed it. Duan Lingtian was finally interested in the reward this time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared where the reward was and grabbed it in his hand. At the same time, not only the 5 challengers from River Earland, but also the 4 challengers from the Divine Offering Land had a change of expression. Chapter 4298. Duan Lingtian's sudden action of taking the prize was out of everyone's expectation. Whether it was the people from Hibo Land or the Divine Offering Land, all of them were staring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was considered invisible among them. He usually followed behind them and did not contribute much. However, they turned a blind eye to this. After all, he was just a lesser ultimate god who had just entered the divine venerable stage. They could not be bothered to make a fuss about it. At most, they would give him less or no reward at all. However, what they didn't expect was that when the reward appeared in the second checkpoint, the purple-clothed young man who hadn't done much all this while suddenly teleported close and grabbed the reward first. Humph. On the Hibo Land side, an old man among the 5 stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely and snorted. Kid, there are some things that I'm afraid you won't be able to use, even if you're alive to take them. You didn't contribute much in the 2 consecutive challenges. As long as you don't share the spoils, I won't bother with you. Now, you want to snatch the reward for this challenge. The old man's eyes were a little gloomy, as if he wanted to kill someone. At that moment, it was not only the people from Hibo Land who were staring at Duan Lingtian. Even the 4 people from the Divine Offering Land were frowning, as they did not know what the invisible in their team was trying to do. Was he tired of living? Or did he think that the 4 of them would help him because they were also from the Divine Offering Land? At the same time, the 4 people from Hibo Land were also emitting divine energy and the power of law. Various colors of divine energy that had been integrated with the power of law swayed and dazzled beautifully. So what if I am? Duan Lingtian chuckled and immediately released his divine energy. As the power of law of space fluctuated, a vision of heaven and earth that illuminated 1,000,000 miles appeared and shone in all directions. At this moment, the expressions of the other 9 people present all changed. Even the strongest among them had only comprehended the power of law that was close to 100,000 miles of weak light. However, the existence in front of them who had just entered the ultimate God realm had mastered the power of law that illuminated 1,000,000 miles. Moreover, it was one of the most difficult laws to comprehend, one of the 4 supreme laws. Whoosh! A sword chime was heard as a rainbow-colored light sword circled around the spatial storm, emitting a sharp sword aura as if it could split heaven and earth into 2 as it crossed the sky. That was not all. In an instant, a large area of the surrounding space vibrated, causing the other 9 people present to feel as if they were being sealed and shackled. In the next instant, a strand of terrifying pressure assaulted them, and it caused the divine energy that covered their bodies to shatter into pieces. Whoosh! 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 Just as the 9 people's expressions changed drastically, and they subconsciously wanted to activate the divine power in their bodies and summon their divine weapons to resist this oppressive force. The 7-colored light soared in the void, turned into tens of thousands of swords, and swept towards them. In the blink of an eye, the sky Lingtian of the divine ups of there In the next moment, of the of the nine, subs of them, the of his, of their of theirs, of them of them, of them, obs of them. Duan Ling Tian. These three short words cause the expressions of the other three people in the divine offering land to change drastically. Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian. That's right. Just like us, he came to the realm of chaos as a member of the divine offering land. Moreover, he's skilled in the law of space, the sword Tao and the Tao of control. He's definitely him. The sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand is none other than the rainbow-colored light sword. Heavens, he's Duan Ling Tian. I can't believe I underestimated him. The people from the of the divine offering land finally reacted. They knew Duan Ling Tian better than those from the other realms of gods. Although Duan Ling Tian came from the mystic Handaland, he was a member of the divine offering land when he was in the realm of chaos. Some of the people from the of the divine offering land refused to accept the fact that Duan Ling Tian came from the mystic Handaland. They kept saying that Duan Ling Tian was a member of the divine offering land. If Duan Ling Tian was a member of the divine offering land, they would be proud of him, a heaven-defying, lesser, ultimate god. These words were the acknowledgement many people from the of the divine offering land had for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian. The people from River Land might not know Duan Ling Tian as well as the people from the of the divine offering land, but they had heard of Duan Ling Tian and knew what kind of person he was. We're doomed, an old man among the 5 people from River Land said with a ghastly expression on his face. If he's Duan Ling Tian, it'll be easy for him to kill us. With his strength, let alone us, even if we join forces with the other 4 people from the divine offering land, we won't be a match for him. The expressions of the other 4 people from River land changed when they heard the old man's words. However, one of them calmed down and said in a deep voice, he might not want to kill us. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done it a long time ago. Why would he wait until now? Based on the current situation, it seems like he cares more about what he wants. He wants the reward from this trial, so he took it. I don't think he's interested in the reward from the previous trial. As soon as this person said this, the expressions of the other 4 people eased up a lot. If that was the case, they did not have to worry about their lives being in danger. Although life and death were fated once they entered the planar battlefield and entered the chaos region, they naturally didn't want to die if they could live properly. Lord Duan Ling Tian. The person from River land who thought Duan Ling Tian might not want to kill them stepped forward and bowed slightly at Duan Ling Tian before he said respectfully, in the future, if there's anything you want in this secret realm, the 5 of us from River land are willing to give it to you. Apart from that, if you don't have to do anything in the future, we'll do it for you. No matter how good the treasure is, we'll give it to you as long as you want it. The middle-aged man's eyes shone brightly. One could see he was a shrewd person. When he said this, the other 4 people in River land actually felt a bit uncomfortable. However, they also knew that this was because they had no other choice. No one was willing to do this. The other 4 of them were from the of the divine offering land. Perhaps Duan Ling Tian would go easy on them. However, this might not be the case for them. Even though they wouldn't be able to gain any battle merits by killing people who weren't from the same realm of gods, it was still better than killing people from the same realm of gods. You're very smart. Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man from River land deeply before he said, I like smart people. It's settled then. As long as the 5 of you from River land try your best to clear the next stage, I guarantee all of you will leave this secret realm alive. Even if all of you are severely injured, I guarantee no one will be able to kill you. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Thank you, Lord Duan Ling Tian. Although they knew Duan Ling Tian was not even 1,000 years old and was even younger than their grandchildren, the 5 people from the River land did not dare to underestimate Duan Ling Tian. The purple-clad young man was definitely a monster. He was even stronger than Ning Yishuan, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the God-defying realm. His future was limitless. As long as he did not die, he would definitely become a supreme powerhouse. The expressions of the 4 people from the divine offering land darkened when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, and the words of the 5 people from the river Erland. After all, the words of the people from river Erland meant they would have to give up all the rewards that Duan Lingtian had set his eyes on. Naturally, they knew they had no other choice. For this reason, after the 5 people from river Erland expressed their intentions, the person who greeted Duan Lingtian the earliest among the 4 people from the divine offering land said with a forced smile on his face, "Lord Duan Lingtian, we were blind to not recognize you earlier. From now on, the 4 of us are at your beck and call. We won't touch anything that you want." After the 4 people from the divine offering land expressed their willingness to cooperate with Duan Lingtian, this trip to the secret realm became a personal treasure hunt for Duan Lingtian. No matter how good the rewards were in the later stages, the other 9 people could only smile bitterly. Some of them even closed their eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. After passing through the stages, Duan Lingtian gained more and more. He took almost all the rewards in the later stages. Some of the items were not useful to him, but useful to his family. He kept them at the bottom of his chest for the time being, and would use them in the future. As for the later stages that required Duan Lingtian's help, they were easily passed by Duan Lingtian. The other 9 people heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian's strength. Fortunately, they were not Duan Lingtian's enemies. Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill them. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to escape. Of course, they were also feeling aggrieved. They were secretly cursing the rules of the secret realm in the dimensional battlefield. Why did all 10 of them have to choose to leave at the same time to be teleported out of the secret realm? Duan Lingtian was unwilling to cooperate. Even if all 9 of them chose to leave the secret realm, they would not be able to do so. Of course, this rule was a good thing for Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have so many coolies at his disposal. The secret realm for 10 people was completed in just a few days. Moreover, everyone had successfully passed it. This should have been something to be happy about. However, other than Duan Lingtian, the other 9 people were not happy at all. This trip is not bad. Next, I'll continue to accumulate battle merits and open a multi-person secret realm. I'm looking forward to more coolies joining us. When they left the secret realm, Duan Lingtian ignored the gloomy faces of the other 9 people and left with a smile on his face. At the same time, he said to the 9 people, "I'm looking forward to seeing you in the secret realm next time." When the 9 people heard this, they secretly made up their minds. After they left this time, they would not open a multi-person secret realm again. They would just open a single-person secret realm. Duan Lingtian had tasted the sweetness of this trip. He would definitely not open a single-person secret realm and suffer for himself. He would definitely open a multi-person secret realm and force himself to work. They put themselves in his shoes. If they were in his shoes, they would definitely do the same. Therefore, opening a single-person secret realm after they left this place was the safest. They would not encounter a monster like Duan Lingtian. 60 years passed by very quickly. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had also returned from many secret realms with bountiful rewards. Even his cultivation base had improved. He was getting closer and closer to consolidating his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. At this time, the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened. The upgraded version of the Chaos Territory has opened. I'm afraid I might not only meet 3rd senior brother and 4th senior sister, but I might also meet 2nd senior brother, who I've never met before. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened. Chapter 40. 299. 60 years. For the Duan Lingtian, it was a short period of time, and he had gained a lot. However, for those who encountered the Duan Lingtian in the multiplayer secret realms, it was a great torture. They would either encounter the Duan Lingtian first and regret opening the secret realm for the next few decades, or they would encounter the Duan Lingtian later and lose all the joy they had gained in the past few decades. Duan Lingtian. God damn it. Duan Lingtian. I'll definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces one day. Of course, the prerequisite is that I'm lucky enough to possess a strength that's even stronger than him. A kind person will be bullied by others. Duan Lingtian has gone too far. For the past 60 years, people were cursing the Duan Lingtian in every corner of the Chaos Realm. Naturally, the Duan Lingtian didn't know about this. However, due to the fact that many people were scolding Duan Lingtian, many people found out about the things he had done in the past 60 years. Many of them were glad they did not encounter Duan Lingtian even though they had entered the secret realm in the past 60 years. It was a good thing that they didn't encounter the Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, even the people of the world of divine offering would be treated as coolies. They could forget about being coolies. What's more, he had to use his hard-earned battle credits to exchange for a secret realm. He had to work as a coolie for someone else. He could only watch helplessly as there were benefits to be had. Duan Lingtian, you bastard! The Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he had been cursed in the Chaos Realm in the past 60 years. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If he wasn't ruthless enough, those people would have lost more than just battle merits and some strength. Let alone the Chaos Realm. Even in the planar battlefield, the strong lived and the weak died. There were people dying almost every day for various reasons. Were they wrong? Were the people who killed them all evil? If the person who killed them was not as strong as them, would they still be the ones to die? If they were stronger than the people who killed them, would they be merciful enough to let their enemies go? The answer was, in fact, no. The upgraded Chaos Realm will combine the 3 Chaos Realms and allow people from 18 realms of gods to compete against each other. At the same time, the same level ranking will be released. On the day that the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was opened, although the military camps in the Chaos Realm did not expand, there were at least 2 times more people. These people came from the other 2 Chaos regions. When the 3 Chaos zones overlapped, it was not only the outer regions that overlapped, but also the military camps. The original Chaos Realm had a few military camps. Now, the upgraded Chaos Realm still had a few military camps. Moreover, the military camps covered a large area. Now that the barracks overlapped with each other, many people were surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Some of them even had a person suddenly appear in front of them. Many men even appeared face to face with each other and almost kissed each other on the lips. There were also some who directly stepped on the head of another person. What was even more amazing was that 3 people were standing on top of each other. One person was standing on top of another person's head. Who's on top of my head? Get down here. Damn it. How dare you step on my head? How dare you step on my head? Do you want to die? I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Why are you being so rude to me? Fighting is not allowed in the military camps. If you have the guts, do it. What does it have to do with me? Am I the one who wants to step on your bald head? This situation is caused by a supreme powerhouse. Why don't you go and settle the score with a supreme powerhouse? Similar scenes played out in the various military camps. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere. All of this was indeed caused by a supreme powerhouse. It's a pity the ranking can't be seen. It will only appear in the sky of the battlefield after the upgraded Chaos Realm closes. The upgraded Chaos Realm would close before the realm battlefield closed. Once the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was closed, the rankings would appear in the skies of the various planar battlefields and appear before everyone's eyes. Of course, in the instant that the upgraded Chaos Realm closed, Those in the top 10 of the realm rankings would know where they were ranked and would receive corresponding rewards. As for who the other 9 people in the ranking were, they would have to wait until they left the upgraded Chaos Realm and checked in the realm battlefield. An even more intense battle is about to begin. Rivers of blood will flow in the upgraded Chaos Realm. Many people sighed. In the upgraded Chaos Realm, the military camps were still as big as before. However, there were more and more people inside. It was a sea of people. Some places in the military camps were even filled with people. Of course, it didn't take long for the people in the military camps to leave. They either disappeared into the teleportation portals or disappeared at the borders of the military camps. At this moment, the people in the military camps in the upgraded Chaos Realm were basically divided into 3 groups. One group of people realized the dangers of the upgraded Chaos Realm and chose to give up. They used the teleportation portals to leave the Chaos Realm and return to the realm battlefield where they were previously. After returning to the realm battlefield, they only had to face enemies from one realm of gods. Moreover, they only had to face enemies from one realm of gods. Unlike the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, the enemies were from 17 realms of gods. The other group of people chose to stay. They felt that the greater the competition, the greater the opportunity. Even if they had to fight to the death, they would accept it. If they survived, they would definitely gain something or improve. They might even be reborn and reach the heavens in a single bound. There was another group of people who chose to wait and see. They didn't choose to leave the military camps for the time being. They wanted to see how the upgraded Chaos Realm would turn out. If it was too tragic and exceeded their expectations, they would choose to leave. If it wasn't, they would leave the military camps and enter the upgraded Chaos Realm to compete with the other 17 realms of gods. Although many people are leaving, it doesn't even make up 20% of the people in the military camps. It seems like there are more people waiting to see how things turn out. I see. Not many people are leaving the military camps. It's not more than 20%. Although I'm choosing to wait and see, I still admire those who are leaving the military camps. They're risking their lives to pave the way for us. In the military camp where Duan Lingtian was, Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard the discussions. He followed the crowd and left the military camp. Before the upgraded Chaos Realm began, he had chosen to enter a military camp. He did this to avoid being in a place where there were other higher gods from other realms of gods when the 3 Chaos Realms overlapped. If a higher god killed him, not only would he not receive any chaos points, but his chaos points would also be deducted from his chaos points. However, there was a lower limit to a person's chaos points, and the lower limit was 0. If a higher god did not have any chaos points, there would not be any loss even if he was killed. Now that the upgraded Chaos Realm had opened, everyone's chaos points were basically 0. Even if Duan Lingtian left the military camp and encountered a higher god, the higher god would not have any chaos points and would not suffer any loss even if he was killed. However, Duan Lingtian did not retreat because of this. Instead, he decided to wait and see how things turned out. In his opinion, if he was afraid of something so trivial, there was no need for him to stay in the Chaos Realm. If he entered the military camp before the upgraded Chaos Realm opened, he would be in a completely different situation. He did not want to leave his fate in the hands of the heavens. Under such circumstances, he would not be able to control whether a higher god would appear or not. Now that he was out of the military camp, he might not encounter a higher god if he was careful. Even if he encountered one, as long as he was far enough away, it was not impossible for him to escape. Chaos points are the key to the ranking of higher gods. Moreover, in the upgraded Chaos Realm, battle merits are still valid. Battle merits can still be used to open the secret realm. The previous rules of battle merits are still in effect. However, there are more chaos points. However, due to the existence of chaos points and the rules of chaos points, there should be fewer cases of the strong killing the weak after a period of time. Most of the time, there will be fights between people of the same cultivation base, as well as some geniuses killing people of a higher cultivation base than them. Before leaving the military camp, Duan Lingtian had already figured out everything. At the same time, he knew his next goal was to find a way to find a medium god and kill him to obtain chaos points. This was also the fastest way to obtain chaos points. I wonder, has Ning Yishuan made a breakthrough? When Duan Lingtian walked out of the military camp and entered the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, he discovered the battle merit token in his spatial ring was enveloped by a gust of energy after he took it out and came into contact with the air. A moment later, another token phantom appeared on the side of the battle merit token and attached itself to the battle merit token. At this time, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness probed the battle merit token and discovered that he could see the number of chaos points in addition to the number of battle merits recorded in the battle merit token. However, his chaos points were now 0. I wonder how long it will take before I can officially open and obtain my first chaos point, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After the upgraded Chaos Realm was opened, its surface area was still the same as the original Chaos Realm. However, the number of people inside had increased by 2 times. Therefore, the probability of meeting other people outside the military camp in the upgraded Chaos Realm had increased by at least 2 times. However, one thing was for sure. Now, those who walked outside the military camp in the upgraded Chaos Realm would definitely be more careful. Therefore, Duan Lingtian had not seen anyone swaggering in the air for half a day after he had left the military camp. It was common to see people flying around in the Chaos Realm previously. Have they all become more low-key? This made it more difficult for Duan Lingtian to find prey. At the same time, he could become someone's prey at any time. Chapter 40, 300. Although many people chose to stay in the barracks and observe, there was also a group of people who left the barracks in search of prey. The competition for the same realm ranking list was bound to be intense. Those who were interested in the top 10 of the same realm ranking list did not want to miss out on the opportunity. Even Ning Yishuan, who had just entered the medium ultimate god realm, did not stay in the barracks. He left the barracks early to search for prey and earn chaos points. The medium level ultimate god ranking list. Even if I can't get into the top 10, I'm determined to get into the top 10. Ning Yishuan was in high spirits after leaving the barracks. He did not feel that he was at a disadvantage after entering the medium-level ultimate god realm. Instead, he felt that he was challenging himself. Ever since he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, he was unable to recover from the setback for a period of time. When he woke up, he was full of motivation. Even if the upgraded Chaos Territory was opened, according to the Supreme Ancestor of the Ning clan, he should not be in a hurry to enter the medium-level ultimate god realm. He should strive to get into the top 3 of the lower-level ultimate god ranking list. He still did not listen to the Supreme Ancestor. This was because he had a feeling that if he did not go with the flow, it would be harder for him to break through in the future. The last time he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, it had already caused him to almost develop a heart demon. If he didn't break through this time for the sake of the upgraded version of the Chaos Region's Pure Stage rankings, then he had a feeling that he would most likely develop a heart demon. By then, it would be difficult for him to enter the medium-level ultimate god realm. In the history of the various planes of gods, there was no lack of geniuses who developed inner demons due to certain matters and stopped progressing and disappeared from the public eye. He could not ignore the Supreme Ancestor of the Ning clan behind him, so he could only tell the Supreme Ancestor of the Ning clan what he felt. In the end, although the Supreme Ancestor felt that it was a pity, he agreed with his choice. So what if I haven't consolidated my cultivation base after entering the medium-level ultimate god realm? Duan Lingtian has just become a lesser ultimate god, but he's already invincible among the lesser ultimate gods in the Chaos region where the people from the 6 divine realms are from. Don't tell me I, Ning Yishuan, can't be invincible among intermediate ultimate gods as well? If Duan Lingtian can do it, why can't I? Moreover, even though Duan Lingtian hasn't consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, he's already strong enough to fight against a medium ultimate god. Now that I've made a breakthrough, how can I not be as good as him? Ning Yishuan had always been very confident in his own strength. Even before his breakthrough, he was confident that he could defeat some middle-level ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation. It was because of this that he was recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation in the god-defying realm. Although I've just entered the medium ultimate god realm, how many medium ultimate gods are my match? At this moment, Ning Yishuan's confidence skyrocketed. In particular, Ning Yishuan managed to kill a few medium ultimate gods in just a few months after it came out, which made him even more confident. As a result, he boldly used his divine consciousness to investigate again. When his divine consciousness detected the presence of a medium ultimate god, he immediately went up to meet him. He did not even consider how strong the other party was. In his opinion, no matter how strong the other party was, it was still a medium ultimate god. Even if he could not defeat the other party, it would not be easy for the other party to keep him. Unless the other party was the strongest type of medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. However, there were only a few people in the god-defying realm who were that kind of medium ultimate god. Almost at the same time as Ning Yishuan made his move. In the direction Ning Yishuan flew to, a young man in a white robe could not help but be startled in a hidden place at the foot of the mountain. A guy who has just entered the medium ultimate god realm and obviously hasn't consolidated his cultivation base, but he came straight to me after detecting my presence. Is he here to die? Yang Yuchen never thought that someone would come to him not long after he left the barracks. Although the person who came was also a medium ultimate god, he was only a beginner medium ultimate god. A beginner medium ultimate god dared to come to him? Were people these days all so arrogant? Do you think you're my junior brother who has just entered the lower ultimate god realm and is recognized as the #1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying realm? Yang Yuchen secretly complained in his heart. Although Yang Yuchen was not in the Xingying land and was in the Xianchan battlefield, he did not immediately hear about his junior brother Duan Lingtian's performance and encounter in the Chaos region in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment. However, after some time before the upgraded version of the Chaos region opened, he still heard his junior brother's name in the Chaos region barracks in the Xianchan battlefield. He never thought that his junior brother Duan Lingtian would make such a big name in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment in just a few decades. He knew that a lower ultimate god who was less than 1,000 years old. However, when did his junior brother Duan Lingtian master the law of space to the realm of illuminating millions of miles? He had caught up with him. Moreover, he had heard that his junior brother's mastery of the sword Tao and the Tao of control seemed to be stronger than what he had expected. Even his junior brother was said to be able to wrestle with a medium ultimate god at his level. A group of descendants of supreme experts led people to hunt him down, but in the end it was to no avail. I've really picked up a treasure for the Internal Palace. Even Yang Yuchen could not help but feel that he had really picked up a treasure after hearing about his junior brother Duan Lingtian's performance in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment in the Chaos region. Although he knew that his junior brother was extraordinary, he did not expect him to make such a big name in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment in such a short time. Looking at the various planes of gods, as long as it was a well-known figure, there wouldn't be many who hadn't heard of him. He's even more famous than me, his senior brother. Now, his fame among the upper echelons of the various planes of gods is probably second only to eldest senior sister in the current generation of the Internal Palace. Regarding this, Yang Yuchen had sighed more than once. This guy, is he really going to imitate my junior brother? Yang Yuchen was speechless and puzzled when he saw that the guy who had just entered the medium ultimate god realm was really coming for him. Do I, Yang Yuchen, look so easy to bully? Arrogant brat. Let me teach you how to behave. Yang Yuchen, who was originally sitting cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, suddenly stood up and went up to greet him. In the blink of an eye, the two met. Before Yang Yuchen could say anything, the young man who had just entered the medium ultimate god realm had already charged towards him. Yang Yuchen realized where his confidence came from when he saw the young man's skills. What a guy! He's already so strong when he just entered the medium ultimate god realm. Wait, this law and the power of the bloodline. Soon, Yang Yuchen saw some things from his opponent's moves. At the same time, he thought of a person who had previously shocked the various planes of gods in the reverse divine realm. The peerless genius of the Ning clan's younger generation, Ning Yixuan. His cultivation level matched too. It's really him. He didn't suppress his cultivation level and directly entered the medium ultimate god realm. Doesn't he know that it's more difficult for him to enter the medium ultimate god list than the lower ultimate god list? Yang Yuchen had already guessed the newcomer's identity, the genius of the Ning clan, Ning Yixuan. He had also met his junior brother and was almost killed by him. Fortunately, the experts of the Ning clan had intervened and saved him. Later on, his junior brother was besieged by a descendant of an expert. It was also Ning Yixuan who had intervened and saved his junior brother. I thought I could open a business. I didn't expect it to be him. It seems like I won't be able to open a business. However, I can still teach him how to behave. It just so happens that I haven't really fought with a medium ultimate god since my strength has improved. Yang Yuchen laughed in his heart as he faced Ning Yixuan's sudden attack and made a timely move. He did not speak from the beginning to the end. He did not intend to reveal his identity for the time being. He would teach him how to behave first. As for Ning Yixuan, he was in a good mood when he suddenly made a move. Although this guy is a medium ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation level, he's hiding in a remote place at the foot of the mountain. He's obviously not confident enough. I probably won't even need 3 moves to kill this kind of person. Moreover, he actually came up to me. In Ning Yixuan's eyes, the white-clothed young man in front of him was no different from a piece of meat on his chopping board. However, in the blink of an eye, his face completely changed when he called out to him. His eyes were blind. His opponent was a top-medium ultimate god. Boom! A great battle between 2 powerful medium-level ultimate gods broke out. Duan Lingtian was currently in another area of the upgraded Chaos territory. In the past few months, he had successively killed a few lower ultimate gods and 2 middle ultimate gods. Lower ultimate gods kill 1 chaos point per person. A medium ultimate god killed 1 chaos point doubled, which was quite a harvest for him. I've also obtained quite a lot of battle merits. Should I open a secret realm for fun? The corners of Duan Lingtian's lips curled up when he thought about the few secret realms he had opened over the past 60 years and looted the spoils of war that should have belonged to a group of people. Now that he had opened a secret realm with more people in the upgraded Chaos territory, it seemed like he could reap even more rewards. But isn't that too inhumane? Duan Lingtian felt a little guilty when he thought about killing his collaborators. Also, if they're from the Divine Offering Land, I won't get any chaos points by killing them. Forget it. I'll just go through the various stages in the secret realm and earn some chaos points. I wonder if I'll get a lot of chaos points. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian spent a lot of battle merits to open a secret realm with 10 people. The rules of the secret realm with 10 people were still the same as before. They were either challengers from 1 realm of gods or challengers from 2 realms of gods. This time I won't let them attack me. I'll kill whoever dares to attack me. This time I'll be there coolly. In the upgraded Chaos territory, the amount of chaos points one could obtain in the secret realm depended on how much effort one put in. Chapter 4301. 4. Duan Lingtian, opening a multiplayer secret realm, was a walk in the park for him. This was especially true in the past 60 years. Although only a few multiplayer secret realms had been opened, each of them was definitely not an ordinary multiplayer secret realm. They had left a deep impression on people. At the very least, those who entered the secret realm with him would remember him for the rest of their lives. Now that I think about it, I feel guilty for making so many people work for me. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. This time, I'll make it up to all of you by being kind to others. If we meet again in the secret realm, I'll have repaid my debt to all of you. As Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he used an appropriate amount of battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm. He did not use all of his battle merits, since he had accumulated quite a lot. If he used too many battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm, he might not even be able to open the 10-player secret realm by the time the upgraded Chaos Realm or the Realm Battlefield closed. A 10-player secret realm could only be opened by 10 people. The battle merits each person used had to be in a region close to the 10-player secret realm. For example, Duan Lingtian had used 1,000 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm. Only those who had spent 800 to 1,200 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm would be assigned to the same 10-player secret realm as him. Those who had spent less than 800 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm would not be assigned to the same 10-player secret realm as him. Those who had spent more than 1,200 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm would not be assigned to the same 10-player secret realm as him. This was the rule. Naturally, if one opened a single-player secret realm, no matter how many battle merits one used to open the secret realm, it would not take long for the secret realm to open. If there was no one else who had used the same amount of battle merits to open a single-player secret realm as him, he would be assigned to a single-player secret realm. Moreover, he would have to face the preset obstacles in the single-player secret realm or someone from a realm of gods who had been drawn into the secret realm. Generally speaking, the chaos points that can be obtained in a multiplayer secret realm are definitely more than the chaos points obtained in a single-player secret realm with the same amount of battle points. After all, if there are 10 people and each person uses 1,000 battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm, it's equivalent to using 10,000 battle merits to open the multi-person secret realm. If one person uses 1,000 battle merits to open the single-person secret realm, the benefits inside will definitely not be as good as the 10-person secret realm opened with 10,000 battle merits. Furthermore, the value of all the benefits that can be obtained from the secret realm is only 1/10 of the value of the 10-man secret realm. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this should be the case. That was the only logical thing to do. So it's still more fun to open the multiplayer secret realm. Just like how we opened the multi-man secret realms earlier, I'll open the 10-man secret realms, then the 7-man secret realms, and then the 9-man secret realms. After all, once the news spreads, everyone will know that there is a person like me who likes to do good deeds and be a coolie. They will definitely pity me. That was what Duan Lingtian had done earlier. After the news of him opening the 10-man secret realm and robbing a group of people inside spread, no one dared to open the 10-man secret realm recklessly. Then, the person who opened the 7-man secret realm was unlucky. Then, the person who opened the 9-man secret realm was unlucky as well. They realized that even though they did not play by the rules, Duan Lingtian did not play by the rules either. In order to prevent them from stopping me from doing good deeds, this time I'll open the 10-man secret realm twice in a row. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While waiting for the 10-man secret realm, Duan Lingtian continued to wander around. Of course, he kept a low profile. Every time he killed a prey, he would immediately change to another location. Moreover, there was no pattern to the process of him changing locations. Naturally, this was to avoid being targeted. Now, the people who had their eyes on him were not just the descendants of the supreme powerhouses. There were also some people from the Yun family who felt that he was a potential threat because of his existence. While Duan Ling Tian was waiting for the 10-man secret realm to open, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. In another place in the upgraded Chaos Realm, after exchanging dozens of blows, Yang Yuchen and Ning Yishuan finally came to a conclusion. Ning Yishuan lost. "You're very strong." Ning Yishuan looked at the young man in white with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Among the medium ultimate gods and the various planes of gods, you're not a nobody. May I know your name?" Ning Yishuan did not expect this outcome at all. He had thought that this person was a weak, medium, ultimate god, which was why he was hiding here. He did not expect this person to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was definitely a top medium, ultimate god. This kind of person could definitely kill some of the weaker, higher, ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen. At this time, Yang Yuchen did not intend to continue hiding his identity. "I'm just a nobody. Young Master Ning. You may not have heard of me. You've guessed who I am?" Ning Yishuan's pupils shrank slightly, and his face was filled with shock. Yang Yuchen smiled faintly. "You've just become a medium ultimate god and already have such battle strength. In the god-defying world, other than you, I can't think of anyone else with such strength. Moreover, the laws you're good at and the bloodline power match." In fact, Yang Yuchen had guessed Ning Yishuan's identity from the laws Ning Yishuan was good at, the extent of his comprehension of the laws and the bloodline power. Before he fought with Ning Yishuan, he had already guessed who Ning Yishuan was. Yang Yuchen. At this time, Ning Yishuan was silently reciting Yang Yuchen's name in his heart. The name sounded familiar, but he could not remember who it was. This was because he could only squeeze out the names of the more famous geniuses in his mind. He could only say that he had some impression of the geniuses who were a grade lower. That's not right. It's impossible for me to not remember such a powerful medium ultimate god. Who is he? Ning Yishuan frowned slightly. As for Yang Yuchen, he also saw through his misgivings and couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. "Young Master Ning, there's no need to think about it. I've already said earlier, I'm just a nobody." Ning Yishuan heard this and said in a low voice, "Has your strength improved recently? You didn't reach this level before? I vaguely feel that your name is somewhat familiar, but I can't remember." Ning Yishuan said, "A mediocre person like me naturally can't enter young Master Ning's ears." Yang Yuchen smiled slightly. "However, there's one thing I still have to tell young Master Ning. Today, I'll spare your life as a favor to young Master Ning for saving my junior brother's life. How about it?" When Yang Yuchen said this, Ning Yishuan frowned. "Your junior brother? Who's your junior brother? Favor to save his life?" Suddenly, without waiting for Yang Yuchen to speak, Ning Yishuan thought of a person he had recently saved, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, Myriad Law Academy. He remembered. Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen was the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy and the youngest medium-level supreme god in Myriad Law Academy. He was also a famous genius in the Xiangang land. He had heard of Yang Yuchen. However, in his eyes, Yang Yuchen was not a top genius in the god-defying world and could only be regarded as a second-tier genius. At least, there was no way to compare with him. Of course, that was in the past. Today, after seeing Yang Yuchen's strength, he also realized that Yang Yuchen, who used to be a second-tier genius in his eyes, had unknowingly entered the ranks of the top geniuses. At least, Yang Yuchen's strength was definitely a top genius at his age. The power of law has improved, and the way of control is stronger than rumored. Ning Yishuan was shocked. "So, you're the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy." Ning Yishuan suddenly understood, but his tone was indifferent. "You want to end the favor of saving Duan Ling Tian like this? I'm afraid you're looking down on me. I know that my strength is not as good as yours, but if I want to leave, I'm afraid you can't stop me, right? Since you can't stop me, why talk about sparing my life?" As he spoke, A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Ning Yixuan's mouth. "Young Master Ning, it seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Yang Yuchen heard Ning Yixuan's words and smiled faintly. "How about I give young Master Ning a chance? As long as you can escape within 1,000 meters of me, I won't be able to stop you. How about it? If that's the case, I naturally won't have the face to ask you for sparing my life." Yang Yuchen smiled faintly, but his eyes were full of confidence. Ning Yixuan heard this and smiled coldly. "Then let me see Vice Palace Master Yang's means." As soon as he finished speaking, he started to escape. At this time, Yang Yuchen also made his move. Ning Yixuan's strength erupted as he wanted to block Yang Yuchen's means and continue to escape at the same time. However, as soon as his strength erupted, he discovered that Yang Yuchen did not use his previous divine weapon this time. Instead, he took out a weapon that looked like a ribbon. The ribbon looked ordinary, but as it moved, it seemed to be able to extend and grow longer. Then it circled the air and shook the air, causing the surrounding space to shake. At this moment, Ning Yixuan only felt a terrifying, oppressive force around him that made him feel suffocated. Supreme Divine Weapon. Ning Yixuan's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, the ribbon circled the air and directly tied Ning Yixuan up. His body was tied up like a dumpling, leaving only his head exposed. At this moment, Ning Yixuan tried his best to break free, but he discovered that the ribbon binding him did not budge at all. He was unable to break free at all. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Yang Yuchen appeared in front of Ning Yixuan. He looked at Ning Yixuan with a smile. "Young Master Ning, what do you think now? If I want to kill you now, do you have any means to resist? Now, unless you use another projection jade token of that person from your Ning clan. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to stay alive, right?" As Yang Yuchen reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Ning Yixuan. "I don't know if young Master Ning still has another projection jade token of that person from your Ning clan. However, even if you do, young Master Ning, will you really choose not to cancel out the debt of saving my little junior brother's life and choose to use that projection jade token and make that person from your Ning clan make another mistake at the same time?" As Yang Yuchen reached the end of his sentence, his gaze became even more profound. Chapter 4302. Yang Yuchen, you actually have a supreme artifact. Until now, Ning Yixuan's eyes were still full of shock as he looked at the ribbon in Yang Yuchen's hand. A supreme artifact. This was not something an ordinary person could have, even if he was a junior who was favored by the ancestors of the supreme experts. Although he did not need to collect supreme artifact embryos before his strength reached a certain level, he would generally not be bestowed with a supreme artifact. This was also an agreement among the supreme experts. A group of supreme experts also had restrictions among themselves. They were also worried that someone's descendant would take a supreme artifact and randomly slaughter those stubborn grassroots geniuses. In the God-defying realm, most of the supreme experts rose from the grassroots. Those who grew up with a golden spoon in their mouths, or those who became supreme experts as descendants of the supreme experts, were extremely rare. Those who grew up with a golden spoon in their mouths were mostly used to an easy life and did not have a strong desire to improve, unlike the grassroots, who could only rely on themselves. Only by becoming a supreme expert could they completely control their own destiny. It was also because of this that Ning Yixuan never thought that Yang Yuchen actually had a supreme artifact that even he did not have. One had to know that although there were supreme powerhouses behind the Myriad Arts Academy, it was impossible for those supreme powerhouses to simply gift supreme divine weapons to the people of the Myriad Arts Academy. If an ordinary person wanted to obtain a supreme artifact without a gift from a supreme expert, there was only one way to go. That was to collect the supreme artifact embryos. Perhaps one was lucky and accidentally entered the place where a supreme expert had fallen in the past and obtained a supreme artifact in the process of collecting the supreme expert's remains. Or perhaps one went to the land outside the realm and found the supreme artifact left behind by two supreme experts at the place where they had perished together. If it was the former, Ning Yixuan could only say that Yang Yuchen's luck was too good. If it was the latter, he could only say that Yang Yuchen had a good senior sister. He had heard the ancestor of the Ning family mention Yang Yuchen's senior sister, and his words were full of praise. He even said that as long as Ning Yixuan's senior sister did not fall midway, she would almost certainly become a supreme expert. He had also asked the ancestor of the Ning family, Yang Yuchen's senior sister, how she compared to him. His patriarch had said that there was no comparison. He was just a flower in a greenhouse, while Yang Yuchen's senior sister was a monstrous genius who had killed her way out. Perhaps at his current age, his strength was not as strong as his. But in the later stages of his development, very few people could compare to him. At that time, he was still very unconvinced. Now, it seemed that things were indeed not that simple. Not to mention anything else, to be able to obtain a supreme god artifact for her junior brother, it meant that she definitely had a supreme god artifact herself. Even if the one she used was given to her by a supreme expert, the supreme god artifact in her junior brother's possession was definitely obtained through her own methods. What a pity! Hearing Ning Yixuan's shocked words because he had taken out a supreme divine weapon, Yang Yuchen shook his head and smiled. Young Master Ning's strength has not reached the level where that person from the Ning clan can give you a supreme divine weapon. Otherwise, if young Master Ning had a supreme divine artifact in his hands, I really wouldn't have been able to keep you here today. Young Master Ning, how is it now? Do I have the ability to keep you here? Yang Yuchen smiled brightly. As for Ning Yixuan, he was a little aggrieved at this moment. Yang Yuchen, you have an unfair advantage. If Yang Yuchen did not have a supreme divine weapon in his hands, he was confident that he could escape alive. Yang Yuchen would not have the ability to stop him at all. An unfair advantage? Yang Yuchen smiled. Young Master Ning, aren't you too childish? The supreme divine weapon is mine. Can't I use it? You were no match for me previously. If you had a supreme divine weapon, would you hide it and not use it? Yang Yuchen's continuous questioning made Ning Yixuan's face turn red. In the end, he had no choice but to say in a low voice, "The debt of saving Duan Lingtian's life is written off. From now on, I will not force you to repay me." Ning Yixuan said, "Young Master Ning is straightforward." Yang Yuchen smiled faintly as he put away the supreme divine weapon in his hands and returned Ning Yixuan his freedom. After Ning Yixuan regained his freedom, he turned and left without looking back. Looking at Ning Yixuan's departing figure, Yang Yuchen put away the supreme divine weapon in his hands and sighed softly. "Little junior brother, this is all I can help you with. Perhaps it won't be long before it will be difficult for me to help you even if I want to." Even he was amazed when he heard about his little junior brother's advancement. He even felt that it would not be long before his little junior brother would surpass him. Second senior brother should be in this upgraded version of the Chaos Zone now. He has most likely heard of little junior brother's existence, but he should not know that he is our little junior brother from the inner palace. If he knew, he would be under a lot of pressure, right? Yang Yuchen smiled inwardly. Previously, when he entered the inner palace, he had displayed great talent and comprehension, which had put a lot of pressure on second senior brother, causing second senior brother to strive to advance. After that, when the dimensional battlefield opened, second senior brother had entered the dimensional battlefield. Until now, there had been no news of him. I wonder, how is second senior brother doing now? Is he about to enter the upper ultimate god realm? Just as Yang Yuchen was thinking about his second senior brother, in a group of volcanoes in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone, The group of volcanoes that looked very calm suddenly became restless. Then boom, rumble. Countless volcanoes erupted and collapsed. Magma fell from the sky, flowing all over the ground and spreading in all directions. At the same time, whoosh, a figure stepped into the air from the belly of a towering volcano in the group of volcanoes. The aura on his body was turbulent, but it gave off an unstable feeling. Haha, it was a young man with a strong and tall body covered in a layer of flames. After a while, another figure emerged from his body. It was a figure surrounded by golden light. As the flames rose, the golden light fluctuated, and two heaven and earth anomalies that illuminated thousands of miles appeared together. I have also comprehended the law of fire to the point of illuminating thousands of miles. Now, with my original body and my law of fire and law of metal avatars, who below the upper ultimate God realm can defeat me? The strong young man laughed. His laughter was wanton and seemed a little arrogant. This time, I, Hong Yifeng, will take the number 1 spot on the intermediate ultimate God ranking list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. The strong young man's eyes flashed and his face was full of confidence as he finished speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have noticed something and looked toward the east. 2 intermediate ultimate gods? Since you're here, don't run. As soon as he finished speaking, the strong young man flew out as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived near the 2 intermediate ultimate gods who had been attracted by the commotion in the group of volcanoes. Then 2 law of fire covered thousands of miles of heaven and earth anomalies swept up and suppressed the 2 heaven and earth anomalies that were 100,000 miles of weak light. In just a few breaths, the 2 tall shadows rose into the air and let out 2 unwilling roars before crashing to the ground. 2 intermediate ultimate gods had fallen in the blink of an eye. Too weak, Hong Yifeng took the 2 divine weapons and flew away. Although his strength had improved, he decided to keep a low profile before he entered the upper ultimate God realm. After all, there were many upper ultimate gods in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. He was not afraid of ordinary upper ultimate gods. However, he was afraid of powerful upper ultimate gods. That genius named Duan Lingtian. I wonder if he's from the Internal Palace. Before I left Wanda Law Palace, I've never heard of such a person. If he is, it should be 3rd junior brother who found him. He's very powerful. He can kill most intermediate ultimate gods when he just entered the ultimate God realm. It's said that his strength is comparable to many of the best intermediate ultimate gods. Never mind. I'll go back to Wanda Law Palace when I meet him or when the dimensional battlefield closes. I'll be able to confirm if he's from the Internal Palace. Hong Yifeng did not know that his 3rd junior brother Yang Yuchen was also in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. Otherwise, he would have scolded him. Eldest senior sister asked you to guard the Internal Palace. How dare you come out to play? Of course, Yang Yuchen did not know that his 4th junior sister Lang Chunwan, whom he had entrusted with such an important task, was also unwilling to be left out. She had condensed a law clone using the law she was best at and had come to the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. With the strength of a top-notch lower ultimate god, she was unscrupulous in her way. Of course, this was also because she was only a law clone. So far, among the 4 from the Internal Palace, Lang Chunwan was the first in terms of the number of kills after the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone was opened. She had even surpassed the 2nd place, Hong Yifeng, by more than double. I can't let little junior brother surpass me. The 1st place on the lower ultimate god ranking list must be mine. Lang Chunwan's law clone wandered around the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone, targeting lower ultimate gods. Occasionally, she would encounter intermediate ultimate gods. Even if she could not defeat them, she still had the ability to escape. At this moment, as the little junior brother of the Internal Palace, Duan Lingtian, was also wandering around the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. As he searched for prey, he would also stay for a few days at the next military camp he passed by to look for the whereabouts of his wife, Ker, his mother-in-law, Ling Hu Renfeng, and his sister-in-law, Ling Hu Chuin. As he passed by many military camps, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually became serious. He had not been able to find his wife, Ker, mother-in-law, and sister-in-law, Ling Hu Renfeng and Ling Hu Chuin. He could not help but guess that they might have left the military camp and gone outside. This was also the most dangerous thing. I hope they're all safe. In fact, with Duan Lingtian's current reputation, there would be many people who would help him find Ker and the others if he raised his hand and called for help. However, he did not dare to do that. If he did that, there would indeed be people who would help him because they wanted to owe him a favor. However, there would also be many people who would harm Ker and the others. They would even capture Ker and the others to force him to show himself. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to search for them alone. Chapter 4303. For Yun Qingyan, this was the most depressing period of his life. His long-cherished engagement was torn apart by his father, Yun Tingfeng. Although he did not want to, there was nothing he could do. He could not go against his father's wishes. In the past, he did not think his father was looking down on him. However, after the incident where Duan Lingtian almost killed him, his father's subsequent actions made him feel humiliated. His father ordered him not to leave the Yun clan. He even ordered someone to keep an eye on him. He said it was to protect him, but he knew it was to keep an eye on him. If he tried to leave the Yun clan, he would be stopped immediately. Under such circumstances, Yun Qingyan had struggled with his decision for nearly a century. In the end, he decided to leave the Yun family. It was risky. However, the opening of the upgraded Chaos Territory and the appearance of the Divine Hoarding Spring as a reward for being in the top 10 on the ranking list gave him hope of becoming stronger in a short time. Therefore, he thought of ways to get rid of the people watching him and left the Yun clan. He entered the Divine Adjudicator battlefield and entered the Chaos Territory. To be precise, he entered the upgraded Chaos Territory. The upgraded Chaos Territory had been opened for some time before Yun Qingyan entered. During this period of time, Jian Wushuang had quickly accumulated a lot of battle merits with his peak lower ultimate god strength. As the experts were unwilling to reduce their chaos points by killing him, Jian Wushuang's journey was considered smooth sailing. I've accumulated so many battle merits. Why did I open a secret realm for 10 people? It won't be slow to obtain chaos points in a secret realm for 10 people. Yun Qingyan spent all his battle merits on a whim to open a secret realm for 10 people. However, when the secret realm for 10 people was opened, he happened to go to a nearby military camp and heard that Duan Lingtian had opened many secret realms for more than a few decades and robbed all the valuable treasures. Yun Qingyan's expression turned gloomy. Duan Lingtian actually did such a thing? Could it be that he's also opening the 10-man mystery realm here? Then, would he also happen to be in the 10-man secret realm that I opened? Cold sweat broke out on Yun Qingyan's forehead when he thought about this. At the same time, there was a sense of humiliation in the depths of his heart. In the past, that fellow had been nothing more than an ant before him. He could trample on him at will, and even kill him with a single breath. And the last time they met less than 1,000 years later, the other party almost killed him. If he hadn't used the life-saving method his father had given him at the critical moment, he would have died. Even now, thinking about it, it was still a nightmare for him. If this 10-man secret realm opens now, should I go in? I've spent almost 10 years to accumulate so many battle merits and open a secret realm with 10 people. If I don't go in, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? When Yun Qingyan thought of this, he felt somewhat indignant. However, when he thought about the possibility of encountering the Duan Lingtian once he entered the 10-man secret realm, he could not help but shrink back. After all, Duan Lingtian was also a member of the Divine Offering Land. It was not impossible for Duan Lingtian to appear in the 10-man secret realm that Yun Qingyan entered. Naturally, there might not be such a coincidence. Yun Qingyan muttered to himself. Yun Qingyan still felt somewhat lucky. However, half a year later, the entrance to the 10-man secret realm appeared next to Yun Qingyan. Yun Qingyan's initial hesitation grew even stronger. Should I go in or not? Yun Qingyan stared at the entrance to the 10-man secret realm in front of him, unable to make up his mind. After a few years, the entrance to the 10-man secret realm finally appeared next to Duan Lingtian. Since he had nothing better to do, he quickly entered the secret realm. The 10-man secret realm is finally open. This time, I will definitely repent properly. I won't let them take action, and I will fight to be their coolie. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. At the same time, he made up his mind to be a qualified laborer this time. He would not let his companions waste any effort. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him from repenting. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark and bright. He discovered that he had appeared in a golden wheat field. All he could see was golden wheat. It was as though he was witnessing a bountiful harvest. When he rose into the air, it was not difficult to see spatial vortexes appearing in the void around him. Following that, figures began to appear one after another. One figure after another appeared. There were old people, middle-aged people, and even young people. Most of them were middle-aged men. When these men appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he discovered that all of them were from the divine offering land. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled when he saw the 8 of them had yet to enter the spatial whirlpool after a long time. Why isn't the last man coming in? At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 8 men who came in with Duan Lingtian were also staring at the last spatial vortex in a daze. Now, the spatial vortexes that had sent them in had all disappeared. Why isn't he coming in? He couldn't have been killed at the same time when the 10-man secret realm opened, right? That's possible. It's not like this has never happened before. I wonder who's the unlucky one. The 8 men discussed among themselves. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at the spatial vortex and did not pay much attention to it. If it was really like what these people said, then the 10th person was really unlucky. Duan Lingtian did not know who was behind the spatial vortex. Otherwise, he might not have been able to resist the urge to enter the spatial vortex and go against the flow to kill the person behind him. Even if he could no longer enter this 10-man secret realm after leaving this place and could no longer obtain any more chaos points, he would not regret it. In the end, no one appeared until the spatial vortex in the distance closed. It seems like he's really dead. Of course. If he's not dead, why wouldn't he come in when the secret realm opened? It costs a lot of battle merits to open this secret realm. Unless there's something wrong with his head, there's no way he wouldn't enter the secret realm that costs so much battle merits. Everyone will compete fairly for all the treasures here. As for the chaotic points, it'll depend on our own abilities. I have no objections. Of course. The 8 of them quickly reached a consensus as they spoke. In the end, after the 8 men expressed their opinions, they all looked at Duan Lingtian. Up until now, the person in front of them was the only one who had not expressed his opinion. The gazes of the 8 cultivators sharpened at this instant. Chapter 4304. Yun Qingyan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the secret realm door closing. He did not need to make a choice anymore. This was because he had no other choice. The door to the secret territory was closed, which meant that it was impossible for him to enter the 10-man secret territory now. Although he was reluctant to give up the battle merits that he had earned from opening the 10-man secret realm, it was a foregone conclusion. There was nothing he could do about it. I'll just kill people to earn chaos points. It's too risky to enter the multi-man secret realm. I can open the single-man secret realm, though. I'll accumulate more battle merits and open the single-man secret realm. Even if there are opponents in the single-man secret realm, they won't be from the Divine Offering Land. Even if they're from the Divine Offering Land or even Duan Lingtian, I can decide whether to enter the single-man secret realm on my own. I don't have to worry about running into him. Yun Qing Yen quickly left the nearby area and continued to search for prey. His objective was to accumulate battle merits and obtain chaotic points. At that moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that he had missed a chance to kill Yun Qing Yen. If he had known, he would have regretted it. Duan Lingtian looked at the 8 lower ultimate gods from the Divine Offering Land who were glaring at him. He said casually, "I'll take over all the checkpoints in this 10-man secret realm. If anyone dares to attack me, they'll have to bear the consequences." Duan Lingtian said casually as though he was talking about something insignificant. The 8 ultimate gods' faces darkened when they heard his words. A few of them seemed to have recalled something, and their expressions changed drastically. You're Duan Lingtian." One of them asked Duan Lingtian in a trembling voice. As soon as his words left his mouth, the rest of the people who had not regained their senses looked at Duan Lingtian with horror in their eyes. Duan Lingtian. Now, they were already allergic to this name. Duan Lingtian might have come from the land of Profound Handle, but he was using the identity of a member of the Divine Offering Land to mingle in the Divine Judgment Battlefield and the Chaos Realm of the Divine Judgment Battlefield. Currently, in the upgraded Chaos Territory, Duan Lingtian was most likely still using the identity of a member of the world of Divine Remains. However, most of them never thought that they would meet Duan Lingtian in the secret realm that they opened. There were also a few people who had considered this problem, but they still mustered up their courage and opened the multiplayer secret realm, thinking that they would not be so unlucky at this moment. Their intestines turned green from regret. Did he really meet the Duan Lingtian? What kind of luck was this? You know me? Duan Lingtian looked at the person who asked him if he was Duan Lingtian. It was an old man, a very unfamiliar old man. He couldn't remember where he had seen him before. You're really Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the old man's eyes, which were still filled with shock, trembled, and his face turned as white as a sheet of paper. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the expressions of the other 7 people changed again and again. Was he really Duan Lingtian? Naturally, although they were shocked and fearful in their hearts, most of them still had doubts about whether the purple-clad young man before them was Duan Lingtian or not. However, no one dared to question Duan Lingtian's identity. What a joke! It would be fine if the purple-clad young man was not Duan Lingtian, but if he was and they questioned his identity, they would be killed as soon as he attacked. Therefore, no one said anything even though they had doubts in their hearts. Lord Lingtian, since you've spoken, I naturally won't attack anymore. All the levels in this secret realm are yours. A middle-aged man was the first to speak. The others followed suit and declared that they wouldn't fight with Duan Lingtian for the chaos points that could be obtained by clearing the levels. None of them would attack. Lord Lingtian, I've heard of your great name for a long time. It's my honor to be able to witness your prowess in this secret realm with 10 people. Lord Lingtian! At this moment, a few people even began to flatter Duan Lingtian. Of course, whether it was these people who were flattering him or the others, they all had the same thought, seeing how the purple-clad young man in front of them attacked. If he was really Duan Lingtian, they naturally wouldn't offend him. If he wasn't, they would join forces and kill him. They couldn't afford to offend the real Duan Lingtian, nor did they dare to offend him. However, they were not afraid of the fake Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the 8 people from the world of Divine Remains were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care as he was not the fake Duan Lingtian after all. As Duan Lingtian attacked in the next secret realm level, His lightning-fast attacks and the space law that illuminated millions of miles shocked the other 8 people. Especially in the later levels, Duan Lingtian displayed his sword principle and control principle, displaying battle prowess comparable to a top-notch medium ultimate god, which made the 8 lower ultimate gods from the world of divine remains tremble in fear. He's Duan Lingtian. At this moment, they had further confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. At the same time, they knew that they could only admit that they were unlucky. They had spent a long time accumulating their battle merits to enter the 10-man secret realm. Initially, they wanted to enter to obtain some fortuitous encounters and chaos points. However, they did not expect to encounter Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, they could not obtain anything. Forget it. I'll just treat those battle merits as the ticket to see Duan Lingtian perform. Duan Lingtian's strength was amazing even though he hadn't completely consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. It was a feast for the eyes of the 8 lower ultimate gods from the world of divine remains. At the same time, they deeply felt the gap between themselves and Duan Lingtian. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. They didn't even doubt that if Duan Lingtian attacked, even if the 8 of them joined forces, they would probably die in less than 10 breaths of time in the Duan Lingtian's hands. Duan Lingtian was too strong. Although the 8 of them were envious when they saw Duan Lingtian passing through one trial after another and obtaining many treasures as rewards, they did not dare to have any thoughts about it. At this moment, they finally understood the feelings of those who were used as coolies by Duan Lingtian in the secret realm. Compared to them, we're considered lucky. After all, we don't need to be coolies. Thinking of this, they felt a little better. When Duan Lingtian successfully passed all the levels in the secret realm and was about to send them out, Duan Lingtian grinned at the 8 of them. Everyone, I've always felt guilty for using so many people as coolies in the past. This time, I'll be your coolies to make up for it. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the secret realm. Duan Lingtian's words before he and the 8 of them were sent out of the secret realm one after another. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood when they heard it. If you can, please don't fight with us for such coolies, okay? In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, they could only obtain Chaos points if they contributed in clearing the levels in the secret realm. Although they did not know how many Chaos points Duan Lingtian had obtained this time, they knew the 8 of them did not obtain any Chaos points at all. All of them were pocketed by Duan Lingtian alone. After Duan Lingtian came out of the secret realm, he continued to open up the secret realm with more people. This time he opened up the secret realm with more than 10 people. Then he waited for the entrance to the secret realm with more than 10 people to appear. While he was waiting, the news of Duan Lingtian selflessly sacrificing himself in the secret realm with more than 10 people spread. For a time, everyone was shocked. The wolf was coming. After Duan Lingtian destroyed the secret realm with more people in the Chaos Territory, he came to destroy the secret realm with more people in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. Do you guys think Duan Lingtian will open up the secret realm with more people in it? Now that I think about opening up the secret realm with more people, I'm a little nervous. I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain any Chaos points if we run into Duan Lingtian in there. That might not be the case. From the way Duan Lingtian opened the secret realm with more people in the Chaos Territory, there's no pattern at all. I think we can only depend on our luck. If we're unlucky, we'll just have to admit defeat. That's right. We can't just not open the secret realm with more people because we're afraid of Duan Lingtian, right? The secret realm with more people is the easiest place to obtain Chaos points. That's right. Even if we run into Duan Lingtian, the most we'll lose is some battle merits. We don't have any enmity with Duan Lingtian, and he won't bother killing us. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was in the Chaos region where the 6 realms of gods intersected, he didn't kill anyone who cooperated with him, even if they weren't from the divine offering land. For this reason, even if we were unlucky enough to encounter him, we wouldn't be in any danger. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, the secret realm with more people was the fastest way to obtain Chaos Points. Nobody wanted to miss out on this opportunity. Unless they had a feud with Duan Lingtian, Yun Qinyan was the only exception. Even if the others knew they might run into Duan Lingtian in the secret realm with more people, they had no other choice. In their opinion, they would be lucky if they could survive if they ran into Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not tire of being a coolie for his companions in the secret realm. "You're welcome, you're welcome. It's what I should do. I know you're grateful, but this is just a small matter. I look forward to meeting you in the next secret realm." The secret realms with more people became places where Duan Lingtian could obtain Chaos Points at will. His Chaos Points increased at an incredible speed in the next 2 decades. At this rate, it shouldn't be a problem for him to rank first on the lower Ultimate God list, right? In the past 2 decades, news of Duan Lingtian clearing the secret realms with more people spread. Gradually, many people no longer thought that Duan Lingtian was domineering and began to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's current strength. So far, no matter how difficult the secret realm with more people is, Duan Lingtian seems to have cleared it all by himself. How strong is he now? It's terrifying. Chapter 4305. In the upgraded Chaos region, Duan Lingtian's reputation was definitely the greatest in the past 20 years. Not to mention a group of lower ultimate gods, even a group of medium ultimate gods, or even upper ultimate gods. None of them were as famous as Duan Lingtian. He had completely monopolized all the multi-person secret realms that he entered. Even if it was a secret realm with 10 people, he would dominate it. It was said that there were a few lower ultimate gods who were in the same secret realms as Duan Lingtian. There were many geniuses who had the ability to defeat a medium ultimate god. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, they could not muster up any thoughts of resistance. Have you heard? There's an upper ultimate god with amazing abilities. He imitated Duan Lingtian and did not allow others to interfere in the multi-person secret realms. He ruled them alone and obtained a large number of chaos points. There's such an upper ultimate god. Where did this monster come from? It's said that although this person seems to be imitating Duan Lingtian, he was able to do what Duan Lingtian did. This means that his abilities are second to none among the upper ultimate gods. He's invincible. It is said that there was once a superior divine emperor monster who was famous in the land of Cloudwater, who had killed a lower ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. Because he was not convinced by his overbearingness, he fought with him and was beheaded by his sword. He's also a sword cultivator? Yes. It's said that, like Duan Lingtian, he also comprehended the sword principle. According to some who have seen it with their own eyes, his sword principle may be even stronger than Duan Lingtian's sword principle. Sword principle monster. When Duan Lingtian, a lower ultimate god, became famous in the upgraded Chaos region, upper ultimate god who was proficient in the sword principle quickly followed suit. However, no one knew his name. Even though there were many upper ultimate gods who had seen him before, no one could recognize him. No one knows him. I suspect he's a hidden expert. I heard that not long ago he had just killed a descendant of an ultimate strong practitioner. Furthermore, it was a great-grandson that the ultimate strong practitioner doted on quite a bit. A high-level god emperor who was not even 3,000 years old. Among the descendants of that ultimate strong practitioner, his talent was also one of the best. How could such a descendant not have the projection jade slip of that supreme expert's true body? It's said that there's a projection jade slip of a supreme powerhouse's true body. However, before he could use it, he was killed instantly by that person's sword. Hiss! Isn't this too scary? A descendant of an utmost powerful being, and one that was highly valued by the utmost powerful being. He even possessed a jade slit that projected the true body of the utmost powerful being. The death of such a person could be said to be an extremely sensational matter. In fact, even that utmost powerful being would lose face. Even though the most powerful beings were detached from worldly affairs, they still had emotions and desires. Therefore, after this descendant of the utmost powerful being was killed, an order from the utmost powerful being was sent out in a timely manner. Find the person who killed my great-grandson and kill him. Whoever can kill him will be rewarded with 5 embryos of the utmost powerful divine weapons and 10 drops of the utmost powerful being's divine power. Of course, this order was given from the inside. Only the people inside would be able to obtain the reward after completing this mission. After all, the utmost powerful being also cared about his reputation. If news of his descendant being killed, and he paid a huge price to find someone to kill his enemy spread out, it would be a huge blow to the utmost powerful being's reputation. Therefore, those who knew about this order were the subordinates of the utmost powerful being, as well as the direct descendants of the subordinates of the utmost powerful being. There were upper ultimate gods and middle ultimate gods. After this order was sent out, many middle ultimate gods and lower ultimate gods immediately entered the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory to search for the whereabouts of the famous upper ultimate god who was good at swordsmanship. Not long after, more and more people knew about this matter. It seems like someone wants to avenge the descendant of the utmost powerful being. Do you think, could it be that the utmost powerful being found someone to deal with that person? Recently, many people have been looking for the whereabouts of that exceptional swordsmanship genius. It shouldn't be, right? The utmost powerful being is so high and mighty. Why would he lower himself to the same level as an upper ultimate god? In my opinion, these people must be trying to curry favor with the utmost powerful being. That's why they did that. I think so too. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, although many people knew that many middle ultimate gods and upper ultimate gods were looking for an upper ultimate god wantonly, most people did not think that it was the doing of an utmost powerful being. Those who knew that it was the doing of an utmost powerful being were only those who were also at the same level as the utmost powerful being. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, there were many utmost powerful beings. The upgraded version of the Chaos Territory was even divided into many regions. Each region had 2 utmost powerful beings guarding it. That old man, he is really getting worse and worse. His great-grandson died here, and it can only be said that his great-grandson's skills were not good enough. He actually wants to avenge his great-grandson? Doesn't he know that that upper ultimate god will very likely become another pillar of our God-defying realm in the future? The old man came to a place where a young man was meditating and could not help but complain. Old man he? When the young man heard the old man's complaint, his originally calm eyes suddenly focused. You're talking about that upper ultimate god sword cultivator who killed old man he's great-grandson some time ago? That's him. The old man nodded. Now, many middle ultimate gods and upper ultimate gods are looking for him. They all want his life. I don't believe that old man he is not involved in this. In my opinion, that old man he is just bullying that upper ultimate god because he doesn't have a backer. It's said that that upper ultimate god and his law clone should be a loose cultivator from a lower plane. A loose cultivator who can rely on himself to reach this step can be called a monster. He's not inferior to some of the people from the Myriad Law Palace in the Shengang land. As the old man finished speaking, he could not help but shake his head regretfully. Humph! However, what the old man did not expect was that after the young man finished listening to his words, he changed from his usual calm demeanor and snorted coldly. Then he turned into a flash of sword light and left. Oh, by the way, I've been using a book-chasing app recently. It caches books and reads them out loud offline. What's going on? Seeing the young man leave with a snort, the old man was confused. He did not know what had happened at all. However, in the next instant, the old man seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be? Could it be? Could it really be? At this moment, the old man suddenly remembered that this upper ultimate god had an additional junior brother a few years ago. Moreover, this junior brother was also skilled in sword Dao and had an extremely high standard in sword Dao. He also came from a lower plane. His understanding of this junior brother was limited to this. If that upper ultimate god is really his junior brother, he went to find old man he to settle the score? When he thought of this, the old man's eyes brightened. Looks like old man he is going to be unlucky this time. Perhaps he will have to pay a lot of blood. Let's go and watch the show. The old man's figure turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 4306. In the God-defying world, every ultimate expert had their own territory, which was also known as the Ultimate Expert's Dojo. In fact, the dojo of an ultimate expert was usually evolved from the little world in his body. It was filled with heaven and earth spirit energy, and there was a divine tree of life standing in it. The life energy swept in all directions and nurtured everything. As an ultimate expert, He Tianfeng usually cultivated in his own dojo. Even if his family was in the realm of gods, he rarely went back. After all, the realms of gods were the dojo of another supreme expert. Staying in the realms of gods would not benefit his cultivation at all. Therefore, he usually stayed in his dojo. Today, He Tianfeng was meditating in his training ground, just like in the past. Although the death of his most valued great-grandson had affected his mood to a certain extent, no matter what, that was only one of his many great-grandchildren. Even if he had valued him when he was alive, he was now dead. He had lived for nearly 100,000 years and was indifferent to life and death. In the past 100,000 years, he had seen many of his biological sons die, let alone great-grandchildren. Who is it? All of a sudden, the expression of He Tianfeng, who was originally cultivating, changed greatly. In the next instant, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side of his dojo. At this moment, a sword ray appeared and pierced through his dojo. 2 ferocious black holes appeared, and the surrounding space was also turbulent. A young man's figure was faintly discernible. Zhuge Hanming. After He Tianfeng appeared on the side of his dojo, his face instantly darkened. What do you mean by this? You trespassed my dojo and destroyed it. Do you think I, He Tianfeng, am easy to bully? Zhuge Hanming was an ultimate expert like him. However, in terms of strength, Zhuge Hanming, who was considered his junior, was slightly stronger than him. He was from the same era as Zhuge Hanming's father, the Sword of Time, Zhuge Wendao. They were both ultimate experts in the same era. Of course, although they were ultimate experts in the same era, he could only look up to Zhuge Wendao. After Zhuge Wendao became an ultimate expert, his strength entered the top echelon among the group of ultimate experts in the God-defying world. He was considered a top ultimate expert in the God-defying world. Although Zhuge Hanming became an ultimate expert later on, he was also an outstanding figure. Not long after he became an ultimate expert, he had once sparred with him. That time, the two of them ended in a draw. Later on, Zhuge Hanming had another breakthrough. He Tianfeng knew that he was no match for Zhuge Hanming. Although he and Zhuge Wendao were not very close, they would still see each other. They would still smile and greet each other when they saw each other. Yet today, Zhuge Hanming had rashly charged to his doorstep, destroyed his dojo, and forcibly barged into his dojo. In his opinion, this was a great humiliation. He Tianfeng. Zhuge Hanming stood in the air and stared at the white-haired and white-browed old man in front of him. His tone was indifferent. You should know that I, Zhuge Hanming, am not a person who causes trouble for no reason. He Tianfeng heard this, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Only then did he remember that although the person in front of him was young, his reputation had always been very good. He was not a person who caused trouble. Since he had come personally, there must be a reason for it. Therefore, at this moment, his expression also warmed up quite a bit. I wonder why you, Zhuge Hanming, have come here this time? Is there any misunderstanding between us? At this moment, He Tianfeng finally regained his senses and came to his senses. Since Zhuge Hanming had come, it meant that something must have happened that made Zhuge Hanming think that it had something to do with him. He really could not figure out what he could have done to provoke Zhuge Hanming. He Tianfeng naturally did not think that it was the upper-level God Emperor who killed his great-grandson. Because that upper-level God Emperor was someone from a lower plane, he subconsciously found it difficult to link him to Zhuge Hanming. Misunderstanding. Zhuge Hanming glanced at He Tianfeng indifferently. He Tianfeng, since I have come here, I will not beat around the bush. Your people are now wantonly searching for my junior brother in the chaos region of the dimensional battlefield in order to kill him. What do you say? A group of middle-level ultimate gods and upper-level ultimate gods searching for and killing an upper-level god emperor. What a big move. When Zhuge Hanming said this, He Tianfeng finally reacted and his expression changed drastically. That upper-level god emperor was Zhuge Hanming's junior brother? How was this possible? In his impression, Zhuge Hanming did not have a teacher. He only had a father who had passed away in the past. His father had passed away many years ago and did not leave any junior brothers or sisters for Zhuge Hanming. He did have a few senior brothers and sisters, but most of them had passed away in the outer world. You mean the person who killed my great-grandson, Heian, is your junior brother? He Tianfeng secretly took a deep breath and looked at Zhuge Hanming. He asked, "Since when did you have such a junior brother?" He was very confused. He also felt that Zhuge Hanming might have made a mistake. That person was not his junior brother at all. The person who received the inheritance my father left behind, entered my father's dojo and inherited my father's sword of time. What do you think? Zhuge Hanming looked deeply at He Tianfeng. Although his tone was calm, there was a hint of coldness. At this moment, He Tianfeng finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the upper-level God Emperor who killed his great-grandson had such a big background. He was wondering how an upper-level God Emperor could be so strong. It turned out that he had received the inheritance of the Sword of Time, Zhuge Wendao. No wonder. He Tianfeng, you have gone too far in this matter. At some point, another elderly figure appeared and stood beside Zhuge Hanming. He stared at He Tianfeng, shook his head, and said, "If this matter is brought to the meeting of the strongest, even if your people don't say anything, do you think we won't be able to find any evidence? You should know what the successor of the Sword of Time means. Now, among the strongest in the God-defying world, there are still a few who owe the Sword of Time a life." As he spoke, the old man who appeared later was obviously reminding He Tianfeng. He Tianfeng's pupils shrank rapidly. Then he cupped his hands slightly to the old man in front of him. "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Win." As his voice fell, he looked at Zhuge Hanming again. "I will give you an explanation for this matter. My people will stop searching for junior brotherling very soon. In addition, I will give you a certain amount of compensation. I guarantee that you, Zhuge Hanming, will be satisfied. That great-grandson of his, no matter how much he valued him, had already fallen. He did not want to offend Zhuge Hanming because of a dead person. Moreover, he might offend the other strongest who had been saved by the Sword of Time, Zhuge Wendao. Those strongest did not seem to have much interaction with Zhuge Hanming. However, if something really happened to Zhuge Hanming, or the other successors of the Sword of Time, they would definitely stand up for him. He did not doubt this at all. Therefore, he knew how he should advance and retreat now. As for explaining that this matter had nothing to do with him, it was not necessary, because even if he really intended to cover up everything, Continuing to be entangled would not do him any good. Moreover, once this matter was brought to the meeting of the strongest and things got out of hand, he would either not be unlucky or very unlucky. There was no third possibility. Even if he was not unlucky, he was destined to be on the opposite side of Zhuge Hanming. This was not what he wanted to see. Therefore, he chose to admit everything and give Zhuge Hanming an explanation. Okay, Zhuge Hanming was obviously not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. After hearing He Tianfeng's statement, he nodded. However, he added, I don't want my junior brother to know that he has a senior brother, like me, for the time being. If there is anything you need to give him, you can pass it to me. I will pass it to him. Okay. He Tianfeng nodded. At the same time, he faintly realized that this Zhuge Hanming probably wanted to train his junior brother. He was worried that his junior brother would slack off after knowing that he had such a strong senior brother. Feeling Zhuge Hanming's good intentions, He Tianfeng was also a little shocked. Looks like that upper-level supreme god might be another strong seedling. Thinking of this, He Tianfeng overturned his previous decision to give compensation. He felt that only by giving a little more and giving a little more would he be able to show his sincerity. In the upgraded version of the Chaos region, a group of middle-level supreme gods and upper-level supreme gods who were originally searching quickly left after hearing the news. They did not continue to search for the upper-level supreme god that they had been looking for all this time. They really gave up? They're not looking anymore. Humph. The Lord has already sent a letter telling us not to provoke that person anymore. It said that an ultimate expert has appeared. I'm afraid that only an ultimate expert can make the Lord give him this face. I really didn't expect that a guy from a lower-level dimension would have such great reputation that an ultimate expert would appear for him. Do you think that if he didn't have any background, a guy from a lower-level dimension like him would be able to reach this stage? If you ask me, even the other monster, Duan Lingtian, definitely has the shadow of an ultimate expert behind him. This guy, I'm not sure if he has an ultimate expert behind him, but that Duan Lingtian probably doesn't have one behind him, right? Back then, if Ning Yishuan hadn't stood up for him, he would probably have died. Although the group of middle-level supreme gods and upper-level supreme gods were somewhat unwilling, they had no choice but to leave because the person at the top had spoken. Now, if anyone dared to attack that upper-level supreme god, it would not be a matter of whether they would be rewarded. They might even be severely punished or even executed. Another ultimate expert had appeared and the person at the top had spoken. If they dared to go against him now, they would really be courting death. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that his master, Feng Qingyang, had unknowingly avoided a calamity. As for Feng Qingyang himself, he was currently acting as a laborer for someone else in a secret realm. He was completely unaware of what was happening outside. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.